been? But everything is well. Just tired. Too much
work. We have a very exciting meeting today. We have people from the public here this evening. Businesses. They were on Tuesday, and I apologize to each and every one of them personally. And tonight, we're going to be recognizing businesses in the community. So it should be a very nice evening tonight. I'm looking at the time. Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to know if you were on and ready.
I am on and ready, ma'am.
Ready. Call from around my neck. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, pursuant to Public Law 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, and filed in the City Clerk's office and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. I would just like to share with you all before we do the roll call, there's two meetings combined, Tuesday night and tonight. Mr. Collin, roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Blakely. Councilman Blakely. Council Vice President Colwell Wilson.
Present.
Councilman Harrison. Councilman Harrison.
Present. Present.
Thank you, sir.
Present.
Councilman Michelle.
Present.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Vaughn. Councilmember Vaughn. Mr. Blakely. Councilman Blakely. Madam, the quorum is formed. Council President McBride.
Yes, present.
Thank you. Madam, we have a quorum. I will now call the directors. Mr. Cruz.
Good evening, President.
Good evening, sir. Mr. Cherry.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Good
Good
evening.
evening, Sherry.
Mr. Manali. Who's representing the law department?
Good evening,
Good evening, if you please. Good evening, Jacqueline, Observer Law Department.
And good evening, Sally Samuel on behalf of the Law Department.
Yes, ma'am. Sally Samuel, thank you, ma'am.
And also Jacqueline Lazar, if you
Thank
didn't
you.
get. Okay.
Councilman Blakely, you have arrived, sir?
Yes, I have.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Vaughn, have you arrived? Director Coley.
Present.
Director Mazer. Acting Director Mazer.
Present.
Director Delisle.
Present.
Mr. Cruz is here representing Health and Human Services. Director Onatieri.
Present.
Director Richardson.
Present.
Director Lavenberg.
Present.
And Director Schoner.
Present.
Thank you. Madam, all the directors are present. Mr. Blakely has arrived. Councilmember Vaughn, have you arrived, ma'am? Just give me 1 second. I have one administrative task to take care of. I apologize for the delay.
While you're doing that, I'm just going to begin the Christmas presentation. The City Council holiday presentation. I apologize. So, ladies and gentlemen of the public, tonight the City Council would like to express our appreciation for all that you have done to help us keep this city together during COVID-19. I would like to take this time to read a small little clip from Margaret Sangster, and it goes like this. For somehow, not only for the holidays, but all the long year through, the joy that you give to others is the joy that comes back to you. And the more you spend in blessing the poor, the lonely and sad, the more to your heart's possession returns glad. I would like to thank each and every one of the businesses in the city of Trenton, no matter.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please mute yourselves if you are not addressed by council? All members of the public, please check your phones and devices and mute yourselves, please, if you are not a member of council.
Again, I was saying that I would like to thank all of the businesses, no matter how large you are or how small you are. And we would like to thank the individuals, the people that took their personal time out to help us keep this city running as best as we possibly could during the COVID-19. The COVID-19 is not the only pandemic we have here in the city. We also have the gun violent deaths here raging out in the city. We would like to send our heartfelt condolences to every family that has lost a member in the city of Trenton. The city of Trenton recognizes that these times are very hard. The businesses are hard pressed to stay open, to keep their doors open, and our residents are hard pressed because when they have to interact with the community, they're putting their lives at risk with the pandemic. So this evening, Councilwoman Vice Chair Caldwell Wilson and myself would like to extend our appreciation to all of you. And Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, if you would like to say a few words before I begin.
Yes, I would, and I'll just say a few words. But, I've been thinking throughout this pandemic, the difficulty that our businesses have been in financially and logistically to keep their businesses opened. And we just wanted you to know that we do appreciate you and all the effort you have taken to extend your business to the community in this time of trial. I mean, it's just been that this COVID virus has been terrible for everybody. But I know our businesses that normally are struggling exceptionally hard. So we do appreciate you, and we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts tonight. Thank you.
I will begin with the certificate of recognition. This certificate is presented to the Trenton firefighters, local number 6. Is local number 6 on the line?
Local number 6 is on the line, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So if we could get the certificate on the screen, Mr. Collin. Can you enlarge it, Mr. Collin? Okay, there you go. So it says, this certificate is presented to Trenton firefighter, local number 6, in recognition of your dedication to help and feed the citizens of the city of Trenton this Thanksgiving. The Trenton City Council thanks you for your dedication and commitment to the community. This is being awarded to you today, December the 10th, 2020. We thank you and we appreciate you. Would you like to say anything?
Just that, we're always there for the community no matter what, whether we're on the clock or off the clock. Trenton firefighters are always there for the community, and that's about it, Council President.
All righty. And we thank local number 6. And we also would like to share with the public that local number 6 not only took the time out for the Thanksgiving feed, but they also have their own program that they do every Thanksgiving and every Christmas. So we would also like to recognize you for that, for your hard work. Thank you so much, local number 6.
Thank you very much, Council President.
And any one of the members can come down to the clerk's office and pick up the actual certificate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right.
And the second certificate of recognition is to Mama D's Soul Food 2. In recognition of your dedication to keeping the community fed during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public were met, the Trenton City Council thanks you for your dedication and commitment to the community. This recognition is being given to you on December the 10th. Is there anyone from Mama D's Soul Food 2 on the line? Okay, not seeing anyone. Again, we thank Mama D's Soul Food number 2 for making sure that you met the needs of the
line, Council President.
Oh, thank you. Could you introduce yourself to the public?
Hi, my name is Yvette Robinson from Mama D's Soul Food.
And we appreciate you. I don't know if the public knew that during the pandemic that you kept your restaurant open and you fed the community. Could you tell me what day that was that you fed the community every week, once a week? Could you tell me that?
Yes, every week on Wednesday, we feed our community because just like you forestated that everyone felt the effect, but most likely the older people that were in shelter, people that just couldn't find means to eat. So us at Mama D's start feeding the people between 12 and 2 every Wednesday. And do it.
And for that, we're recognizing your hard work, your dedication to the community, and we thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And you can come by the city clerk's office and pick up the actual certificate any day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
The next certificate of recognition goes to the Trenton Meat Farms. Is Mr. Jimmy on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Mr. Jimmy. How are you?
How you doing, Mr. McBride?
All righty. So this certificate is presented to Trenton Meat Farms in recognition of your dedication to keeping the community fed during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public were met. The Trenton City Council thank you for your dedication and commitment to the community. Mr. Jimmy, we also like to say to the community, that we understand that you're on the border of Ewing and Trenton, but you service 85% of the Trentonians. And Mr. Jimmy, the Trenton Meat Farm, is one of the last mom and pop stores. We have McKithen's Produce, and we have Mr. Mom and Pop store that you can still go and get credit, but don't do that. Don't go down there asking for credit. That's just be being smart. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jimmy. We appreciate your dedication to the city of Trenton and the Trenton City Council. We wanted to show you our appreciation during these hard times, during this pandemic.
And Council President, could I say one thing to Mr. Jackson? Jimmy Jackson?
Excuse me, let's see if Mr. Jimmy wanted to say anything. Did you have anything to say, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, I'd like to thank the council for recognizing me for my years of business. I'm one of the oldest minority businesses left in the Trenton area. I've been in business 46 years. And I do my best to try to be as reasonable as I can as far as with the prices. I try to serve the community good, fresh meats and stuff like that. And I'm really happy. I got a good following. I got a 5-point rating on the internet. And I serve everybody, not only Trenton, Hamilton, Ewing. People come from down south, take meats back down south because a lot of the products that I sell, they can't get down south. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing by recognizing me.
We thank you. And Councilwoman Vaughn would like to say something to you, Mr. Jackson.
Yes. Hello. Good evening, Mr. Jackson. It's Councilwoman Robin Vaughn.
I knew you since you was a little girl.
Yes. And I just wanted to tell everyone that Mr. Jackson, as he stated, has been in this business. He's been a staple in the city of Trenton for decades. He used to have a store, a meat market on in Prospect Village. Yep. Mm-hmm. And so I just want to say that, and I just wanted to also state that Mr. Jackson is one of the few professional meat cutters in the area. And he's been that for many, many years. So everybody should get down there if you haven't. He has serviced this community for many, many years, and he is a professional butcher. So
that's right.
That's right. So thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Happy holidays.
Mr. Jackson,
thank you. God bless you.
Mr. Jackson, you could come down to the city clerk's office any day and pick up the actual certificate. And if anybody can't get by, I don't have a problem of dropping the certificates off to you. Just call me. You all have my number. Just call me and I'll make that happen, okay?
Okay. Can I say one other thing?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I sell chicken chops, turkey chops, all kinds of turkey products. You come and get. I got the small turkey wings. So
you got that plug, but we have to keep it moving because we have a lot of certificates to get out.
All right, and thank you again.
Yes, all righty.
God bless you.
All righty, now you have a blessed evening. And the next certificate of recognition is going to Selecto Supermarket in recognition of your dedication as essential workers during the COVID-19 pandemic for continuing to ensure that the needs of the public were met. The Trenton City Council thanks you for your dedication and commitment to the community. Is there anyone from Selecto Supermarket here online this evening? Give a few seconds because sometimes they can't get in. Okay, I don't see anyone. So the Selecto Supermarket will definitely get their certificate of recognition, and we thank them again. The next certificate is going to, this certificate is going to be presented to Mrs. Lawana Wilkins. Is Miss Lawana Wilkins on the line?
Yes. You can't hear me.
We can hear you, but
Okay.
that's better. You had to mute yourself. Well, I'll read this while you try to get back on the system, okay? I believe you might have, if you have a radio on, you have your phone or any type of noise, you have to cut your phone off. Okay, this certificate is presented to Ms. Wilkins in recognition of your dedication to your community during the COVID-19 pandemic and for delivering meals to senior citizens 7 days a week to ensure our most vulnerable citizens are cared for. And for this, the City of Trenton, thank you for your dedication and your commitment to the community. Ms. Wilkins, I know personally that you were called and you were asked to help deliver food products to the seniors, and you actually got up out of your bed and went to, I believe it was Sam's, and you actually helped the people that wanted to distribute the food shop for the products and then delivered the foods. I know that the Big Easy called on you when they were doing the food hot meals for the seniors, and you got up on a Saturday morning and you actually delivered hot food amongst many other things that you've done for our senior citizens during the COVID. And beside the COVID, you work for one of our biggest senior centers. And we thank you for that, Ms. Wilkins. You are a pillar in our community. The seniors, they love you. We depend on you a lot. So we wanted to show you our appreciation. Would you like to say anything, Ms. Wilkins? Go ahead. You got yourself on mute. Just unmute.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
I just want to thank you all for the work that you do too. This city has had many trials, but it's still one of our most finest hours in this time of need. We see the bad, we see the good, and we really are working to make sure that seniors have the best Christmas that they've ever had. So I thank you.
Council President, may I say something?
Yes, you may, Councilwoman
Lawana, I want to thank you very much for everything you do for our senior community. Thank you.
You're more than welcome.
All righty. Thanks again. And the certificate is in the clerk's office. You can pick it up any day after today. All right? After this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. The next certificate of recognition is going to the Trenton firefighters local number 206 in recognition of their dedication for helping feed the citizens of Trenton this Thanksgiving. Trenton City Council, thank you for your dedication and commitment to the community on this day, December the 10th. We would like to thank local number 206, the firefighters, for coming and unloading an 18-wheeler to feed 1,400 families. Is there someone from the fire department from local 206? Is there anyone from local 206? I know that they were there earlier. Mr. Collin, do you see any hands going up or anything? No? For local number 206? Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. I don't see anybody's hand raised. We did contact Mr. Woke before or earlier to let him know that the presentations had been moved to today, but some of their shifts may have changed, so they may be on duty right now, which is why they may not be here.
All righty. So we're going to move right along. The next certificate of recognition goes to Larry's New and Used Tires in recognition of your dedication to the community by staying open during the pandemic, ensuring the needs of the public were met. The city council, thank you for your dedication and commitment to the community. Is Larry on, Mr. Little, or Brittany on the line? Again, we appreciate you for staying open during the pandemic. Thank you. The next certificate of recognition is going to Detective Sergeant Charles Lyman in recognition of your dedication to the protection of the citizens of the city of Trenton in providing safety and security for the community anti-violent events, and for being there for 1,400 families to get their food packages during the Thanksgiving holiday. The Trenton City Council, thank you for your dedication and your commitment, and we appreciate your community service. Is Detective Sergeant Lyman on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Council. I appreciate it, along with the Trenton Police Department and the Community Affairs Unit. We appreciate this honor. We do this along with our job. We take this very seriously, and we appreciate everything, along with other first responders who do their job every single day, firefighters, EMTs, nurses, doctors. Thank you, and we appreciate it.
Yes, so Mr. Lyman, is there any, is Mr. Herbert, Detective Herbert T. Flowers on the line, or would you be accepting the recognition for him this evening?
I believe he's also on the line.
All righty. And again, Mr. Lemon, excuse me, this is for the COVID-19. We recognize all of our first responders. That is something that we do on a daily basis. This is something that shows the community that you not only work during your hours, your shift of employment, but that you take the extra step to work outside of those hours. And that's what this is about. We recognize all of our first responders. We appreciate them, and we could not do anything without all of you. But this is going a step a little beyond that, because you work on your days off, and you work and you're called on when your hours are not under your job title. And we thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we will move on to Detective Flowers. Mr. Flowers.
Yes.
Detective Flowers. Let me get that right. The title on that. Okay, Detective Herbert T. Flowers, in recognition of your dedication to the protection of the citizens of the city of Trenton in providing safety and security for community anti-violent events, the Trenton City Council, thank you for your dedication and commitment to the community. On December the 10th, Mr. Detective Flowers, I wanted you to know that we appreciate you coming and also loading those trucks up for us to get that food over to the senior center out in the West Ward. We sent over, I believe, 75 boxes over there, and you guys actually loaded the truck for them to get that food because we didn't have anyone else to do it for us, and we appreciate that, going above and beyond.
Council President?
Is there anything that the detective would like to say?
Yes, I want to thank the city for, this award, and it's always a team effort. The unit I'm in is a tight group. We work together. We've have pulled together to make everything possible, and we hope to continue to serve the community and attend events like such as those.
Okay, and Mr. Councilman Harrison would like to say something to you. Councilman Harrison?
Detective Flowers, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. You go above and beyond to help the people of the East Ward. And like you said, it's a partnership. So thank you, and you don't get paid enough, because I believe you are one of the unbelievable officers in this city. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Councilman Harrison.
Thank you. We appreciate you. All right. And so the last certificate that I'm going to do before I turn it over for Council Vice Chair to present her certificates is to the Latino Merchant Association of New Jersey in recognition of your kindness and compassion in feeding those who were without during COVID-19 pandemic. Is there anyone here from the Latino Merchant Association of New Jersey? Trenton City Council thanks you for your dedication and commitment to the community. We know that you set up tents throughout the city of Trenton during the COVID-19, and you continuously move forward to feed our homeless and our less fortunate. And we appreciate the Latino Merchant Association for doing this. Is there anyone from the Latino Merchant Association on the line?
Yes, Madam President. I'm here. I'm Manuel Hernandez, the president. I'm here. Amin Arias, the vice president.
Thank you for coming on. Is there anything you would like to say?
Yes. Well, the Latino merchants saw a need at the beginning of the pandemic, and we felt like we have to do something like we've always done throughout the city. So we call our members, and thanks to their generosity, we were able to give out 4,000 hot meals throughout the city, over 600 food baskets, and over 4,000 masks, and to the homeless, to the needy people all throughout. We want to thank Council Member Joe Harrison, who came along with us, rolled up his sleeve, and worked real hard with us to prepare those baskets for the families that were needed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And we want to thank all council members and you for recognizing us for the work we do, and we'll continue to do work throughout the city at large.
Thank you. We appreciate you, and you can pick up your certificate from the clerk's office any day. Now,
Council President.
Yes. Let me let Councilman Harrison say what he want to say, and then I'm gonna turn it over to Councilwoman.
Yeah, I don't have the certificates in front of me, so you're going to have to do the honors.
Council Vice President, I can put them up on the screen for you to read them one by one if you prefer.
Okay.
Yes.
Council President, I'd like to thank the Latino merchants.
Yes.
They were out there in the community, all over the city, going above and beyond, and helping the community in need. So thank you, Latino merchants. You stepped up in the time of need, and it was greatly needed and greatly appreciated. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Councilman. Now, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, the clerk is going to place your certificates on the screen one by one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, my print is very small. Okay. Okay. Trenton Social, TC, are you on the line? TC? Well, I would like to recognize this certificate is presented to Trenton Social in recognition of your dedication to keeping the community served during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public are met. The Trenton City Council thanks you for your dedication and commitment to the community. And I do have to say that TC abided by all the rules and regulations and worked very hard to make sure that his customers could come to his establishment and have a meal and socialize and whatever. With social distancing, he had a guard there. He had someone making sure that people wore their masks and that they were recognizing the dangers of this COVID. So I want to thank you, TC, and I'll ask again to see if TC Nelson is on the line. Okay. I'll deliver this to TC. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard for me to read because I'm on my phone, so it's very hard to see the print.
The next one is the Big Easy Man.
Yeah, okay. This certificate of recognition, this certificate is presented to the Big Easy in recognition of your dedication to keeping the community fed during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public were met. The Trenton City Council thanks you for your dedication and commitment to the community. And I know for a fact that Ogallala made sure that they participated in feeding the community with the food drives to try and keep families healthy during this whole COVID situation. And he pushes his restaurant, and everybody knows they're opened every day with good food. So thank you.
I would like to say something to Big Easy if they're on the line, or is there anyone here representing the Big Easy? Because Saturday past, the Big Easy had given out over 100 coats to the children in our community. That is another thing that he does to support the community, and we would like to appreciate him for that too. Thank you. Get right in there, Mr. Collins. Keep moving.
Okay.
Yes,
Is there anyone on the line from Sunrise Luncheonette? So this is one of my favorite places before the COVID to go for breakfast and lunch. And they're just such wonderful, it's a wonderful establishment, and I recommend you go there. This certificate of recognition to Sunrise Luncheonette in recognition of your dedication to keeping the community served during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public were met. The Trenton City Council thanks you for your dedication and commitment in the community. And I would just like to say that, many times I go to the businesses downtown and they're very, 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 very quiet. And I would recommend that folks patronize them because they reach out to the community and they do good work for the community. Is there anyone here from Sunrise? Okay, so then we want to thank them, and we'll make sure they get their certificate.
Can you see the screen, Mark?
Nope.
It's the state barbershop, man.
The state barber.
Yeah, but I don't know the wording. I don't remember that. Kathy, go ahead, read it.
Okay. Let me get it. Alrighty, because they're all basically the same.
Yeah, but I haven't memorized.
I'll read it. In recognition of your dedication and keeping the community served during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public were met. And that was for...
Yeah, that's the state barbershop. That's Joe, the mayor of downtown. Yes, we want to thank you for all the years that you've been in business and served this community and all the state workers that get their hair cut there. And we thank you for hanging in there with us. Congratulations.
All right.
Is anyone here from Joe's barbershop?
No.
No, okay. Next one.
The Mill Hill Saloon.
Okay.
In recognition of your dedication and keeping the community served during the COVID-19 and ensuring that the needs of the public were met, the Trenton City Council thank you for your dedication and commitment to the community. Is there anyone here from Mill Hill Saloon?
Is Denny or anyone on the phone from Mill Hill Saloon? Well, Denny, we want to thank you and your staff for continuing to keep your business open, your eatery opened, and we do appreciate you. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
And this is for the Hummingbird Restaurant in recognition of your dedication and keeping the community served during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public were met. Trenton City Council, thank you for your dedication and commitment to the community. Is there anyone from the Hummingbird?
I just want to say that I do appreciate them, and I'm sure the folks who love their jerk chicken are so glad they're opened. And they have been there for some time, and the Downtown Business Association, everybody appreciates them in the struggle. Thank you.
Okay, so the next certificate of recognition is for 1911 Smokehouse Barbecue in recognition of your dedication to keeping the community fed during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public were met. The Trenton City Council, thank you for your dedication and commitment to the community. Is there anyone here from the Smokehouse, 1911 Smokehouse?
Reggie? So I want to thank Reggie and Maurice and all the staff at the Smokehouse. They also have participated in food drives, and every year, every Thanksgiving and every Christmas, Reggie makes up a wonderful, wonderful plate of wings and whatever I ask for the Trenton Farm, and that we respect so much, and we hate to see them working on holidays. But we want to thank the Smokehouse for everything they do, their street parties, their drives, their coat drives, their food drives. We thank you. Congratulations.
The next certificate is to R. Giaquanto Shoe Repair.
Mr. Giaquinto, well, we want to thank you, and we want to keep our shoe repair shop downtown because it's very important, that we just can't afford to go out and buy new shoes, especially in this crisis when everybody's hurting. So we do appreciate you, and congratulations.
And last but not least, this certificate is presented to the New Jersey Weed Man's Joint. Can you pass us a joint? We might need it before the night is over. In recognition of your dedication to keeping the community, keeping up with the community, keeping them with a joint in their hand during the COVID-19 pandemic. It doesn't say that. During the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that the needs of the public were met. The Trenton City Council thanks you for your dedication and your commitment to the community. Councilwoman, that's your last.
Is anyone on the phone from Weedman's Joint? Well, we want to thank you. We want to thank you for. Oh, is someone on there? I thought I heard someone. But we want to thank you. I know there's a lot of controversy around your joint, but we know that you mean well and that you appreciate the public, and we support you fully, as well as all of the other businesses in the city. And I want to thank you. Congratulations.
And thank you. Go right ahead.
President, I also wanted to mention your certificate for Amanda Donaldson, and I would like to put that up. This is a certificate is presented to Amanda Donaldson in recognition of your many achievements and accomplishments over the last 10 years in support of the Trenton Downtown District. And this was presented to her the other night at their meeting.
Yes. Yes. Amanda has been a faithful employee with the Trenton Downtown Association. She's gone through several directors. She's wonderful and she's professional. And she was presented this certificate at their annual meeting on Tuesday night, and she was elated. So I want to thank council for recognizing her.
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
I just wanted to say that I went to elementary, middle school, and high school with Amanda, and it's so wonderful to see a fellow tornado honored. You know, she's a contemporary of mine. We were in the same classes, and I'm very pleased to see her success on behalf of the city of Trenton. And so I just wanted to say congratulations to Amanda and her family, and I'm glad that we had a chance to honor a native Trentonian who is doing such great work for our city. Thank you.
And before we end our holiday presentation, I would like for all of you to tune in on December the 22nd, where we will continue to present our certificate of recognition to other businesses and individuals in the city of Trenton, because we do understand how hard it is to be on the front line. We do understand what it takes to interact with the community during a pandemic. And we want all of you to know that we appreciate you. We appreciate your services. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts, the Trenton City Council.
President McBride? President McBride?
Yes, sir.
I'll be very short, if you don't mind, if I can have the floor.
Well, we're gonna.
I'll be it's about what you just talked about.
No. you should have came in before I made my last statement, Councilman Blakely. We're going to move this right along to Mr. Collins so we can complete our business. Mr. Councilman Blakely, we will be doing this on the 22nd. If you would like to participate and bring anything, we would love to have you participate because you know we ask for all participation. Anybody can participate in representing a recognition to our businesses in our small 5 square mile community. And with that, I want to go straight into Mr. Collins for the business of the city, the approval of the minutes, and so forth and so on.
Actually, the last set of minutes were not finished, but the reports from the clerk's office are there are communications and petitions from the clerk's office. We do not have a financial report for this meeting. And that is it for the clerk's office thus far. Do I have a motion to approve the communications and petitions from the clerk's office?
Excuse me. Do we
Yes,
have the Mr.
Oh, my apologies. There is another presentation for Mr. Alfonso Liano, the interim superintendent for the Trenton Board of Education. My apologies, Mr. Liano. Council President, would you like to recognize Mr. Liano for the presentation?
Yes, go right ahead. Superintendent, I apologize for the oversight.
That's quite all right. It was a great showing of appreciation with your certificates. So thank you for acknowledging our city businesses who helped us out during the pandemic. So thank you for providing that recognition. So this evening I was asked to come in and provide an update to the school district, to our city council. I would like to be able to put up a PowerPoint. Do I have the permission to share a PowerPoint on the screen?
I will facilitate that for you, sir. Just 1 second.
Thank you.
And we would like to thank our liaison to the Board of Education, Councilman Santiago Rodriguez, for inviting you.
It's my pleasure to be here this evening, and I look forward to being invited to come back and provide updates as needed to keep City Council informed of the school district's, plans and successes and challenges as we move forward throughout the year. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to being able to share on a regular basis.
And if the IT department can help Mr. Liano get his screen access.
Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes, it's up.
Okay, I figured it out. There we go.
It's very small. You can enlarge if you will. I'm going to cut myself off during your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here this morning to present to the Trenton City Council an update on the Trenton Public Schools. It's my pleasure to be here, and as I said earlier, I'd like to be able to continue the partnership with City Council, our city government partners, our school district leaders, and our community to move student achievement forward for all of our children in our community. So to begin with, I just want to give you an update on where we are in the school district. As part of our restart and reopening plan, we are currently in phase 1, which is remote. Remote means that all of our students are at home connecting with their teachers. Our teachers are working from a variety of locations, such as their own homes or at times in their school buildings. We are featuring synchronous instruction, which means that teachers are providing direct instruction to our students following their daily schedule. We're using a variety of tools such as Google Classroom. At this point, we have over 5,000 classrooms available to our students where they connect on a daily basis using tools such as Google Meets, Zoom, and GoGuardian. We are looking to begin the process for phase 2 hybrid. On the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see that we have selected February 1st, 2021 as our reopening date for our hybrid program, which will have two phases. There'll be a remote phase and an in-person, meaning that due to the Department of Education's reopening guidelines, parents have the ability to select to stay remote, which means that they could, for a period of time, for the third marking period, families will be able to continue to receive instruction from the safety of their homes. Other families who choose to come into school to receive in-person instruction must have that option, so we must be able to provide an in-person, brick-and-mortar educational opportunity. Again, we will be featuring synchronous instruction, which means direct instruction to students following the master schedule. And we will have a staggered reopening, meaning that although the buildings are expected to be open at this time on February 1st, not all students will show up on February 1st. We will be broadcasting an opening schedule where small groups of students will enter the building on an ongoing and staggered schedule, such as, for example, kindergarten might come the first week while you have ninth graders starting at ninth grade academy and 12th graders starting at the high school. And this way, we have time to really understand the flow of students in and out of our buildings and be able to support any situations that may come up that we did not address. So a staggered reopening is in the plan. We also will have cohorts where 50% of the school will have the option to enter on a certain day, such as an AA day, which would be a Monday and a Tuesday, or a BB day, which would be a Thursday or a Friday. On Wednesday, everyone will be virtual, remote, to allow time for our custodial staff to clean the buildings and conduct deeper level cleaning on a weekly basis and on a daily basis. So as you can imagine, there is an investment that must be made in the safe and healthy reopening for our staff and our students. And at Trenton Public Schools, and with the support of our Board of Education, Board President Ada Lane is on this call this evening as well in support of our presentation. I thank her for being here this evening. We value the health and well-being of all of our staff members, our community members, our students. So we are committed to following safe social distancing, the wearing of face masks, the provision of sanitation stations in every building, signage, staggered entrance and exit procedures, the check-in of temperatures, so on and so forth. We are committed to providing these features for every building. That this week, the leadership team is conducting school by school readiness checks, going into buildings and verifying that all of the components on the right-hand side of your screen are actually in play and ready for the reopening of schools. And where those conditions are not met, we are going back to the drawing board and remediating those issues, whether it be plexiglass shields that are needed, sanitation stations that are needed, or the rooms are not properly social distanced. We are working with our principals, our school leaders, our custodial staff, and our nursing department to make sure all those conditions are met. Just want to point out health and safety enhancements for the district that we've taken. I have a list here. I will provide this presentation to City Council President McBride for her distribution to the team, so you can reference it at a later time if needed. But these are just the list of the basics that we put into play. You know, we've developed standard operating procedures. We've purchased equipment to help us disinfect, such as backpack and handheld sprayers. We have hand washing stations placed throughout our school buildings. We've purchased face masks for students, for staff. We have face shields, disposable gloves available for all of our staff members. And we are continuing to coordinate contact tracing procedures with our local health officials. I also want to point out some facilities enhancements that we are executing at this time. We have hired additional custodians for all of our buildings to support the sanitation and disinfection of all of our buildings. We've hired temporary maintenance staff, such as carpenters, electricians, painters, and masons. Electricians being super important as we install equipment that has to run off of new electrical lines. So we appreciate the work of our tradesmen. We've purchased equipment for the cleaning and maintenance crews to use to track what they are doing in the building. And we installed multiple tools to check temperatures. And we also installed plexiglass shields on teachers' desks and in high traffic areas. Another important feature is the technology that we've enhanced throughout the district. So we purchased 1,200 Chromebooks at the beginning of this year, with an additional 5,000 purchased last year to support our one-to-one initiative. If a child who belongs to Trenton Public Schools needs a device, he or she has a device readily available, and many of our students, most of our students, have taken us up on that offer. We've distributed Chromebooks for students to use, in both locations, at school and at home. And we also purchased 200 LTE data access points. These access points were installed on district buildings and community partner buildings throughout the city to broadcast an LTE signal. So families who do not have Wi-Fi in their home, they're able to connect to the signal that automatically connects to the Chromebooks that we purchased for the district. We also purchased additional Wi-Fi hotspots for those dead spots in the city and to assist families who do not have internet access, and also to support our homeless population since they are transitional and sometimes have residencies that are outside of the school district, but they also need access in their location to connect with their instruction. We blasted out quite a bit of additional technology tools as well to support our virtual instruction for our tools and resources that we use on a daily basis. So to prepare for hybrid, we really had to get to our parents and ask them an essential question, which is, when you come to school, or when we reopen in phase 2, will you send your child to school? It's a critical question. To date, we've received 58% of response rate from our enrollment. And I wanted to show you some quick data from the responses. We had 2 surveys, an English survey and a Spanish survey. As you can see, we had almost 4,686 responses. The majority of our families on the English survey are requesting to stay remote. 40% hybrid, 60% just about looking for that remote option. On our Spanish language survey, somewhat similar, 50% looking to stay remote, 48% looking to go with a hybrid program. This information is critical as we staff our buildings in February, as we prepare to welcome students in. So not only will students be welcomed back on February 1st who choose to come back, we will still continue with the cohort model, having an AA and a BB cohort. So doing that will further reduce the total number of students in the building at any time. But as you can imagine, it is the will of our school district and our teachers and our families to have as many students return to in-school programming as possible in a safe manner as possible. So we say February 1st right now based on the conditions. That date may change if needed, but we will come up with a final launch after consulting with our local health officials, as we have done with our reopening plan back in August. One question that comes up often is about student attendance, and I want to provide you with just an understanding of what we do to improve student attendance, because nationally you see the numbers where in remote instruction and in hybrid, a lot of students are just not checking into their schoolwork and on their school days and not being counted as present, but many are actually conducting their assignments beyond the school day, and they may have missed instruction and being marked absent. So we have our division of truancy and student services. We have managers of school support who work with our school attendance teams to conduct attendance meetings with families, to brainstorm ways to engage students to get into school. We're doing virtual incentives. We're having virtual parties, as you can imagine, for kids with great attendance, Zoom dances, gift card giveaways. We have principals delivering pizzas to homes and sending certificates as we saw tonight as well. We're doing anything and everything possible to get our students connected to school. The issue is with remote, if you choose not to turn your computer on, it's very difficult to get you. So we are working with our school attendance teams to do that. On the left-hand side, you'll see that we're conducting home visits. We're going out to the home. We have 3 attendance officers for the district who are checking in on our families. We also have 2 managers of school support who go to homes, and our school leaders visit homes as well to find students who have disengaged, or maybe we come to find out that they have to live with another family member because of a sickness or a loss of job. Our attendance officers are continuing to conduct those home visits and to document that information in our student information management system. We also developed a community resource guide that we are sharing with our school community, where there are supports locally available through the city and the community. I also wanted to point out that we are about to launch a communication and marketing strategy. We're working to put up some billboards in the city by February, speaking to the attendance challenge that we have and encouraging our family and our community to support students to come into school. We're using attendance postcards and letters distributed to schools through the parent liaisons. Parent liaisons in each building are taking the lead and connecting with families on a daily basis. We also have a district-wide attendance team that's run here centrally, where we're analyzing the data, finding schools that are doing exceptionally well and celebrating them. Schools who are being challenged, we're looking for additional resources to assist those buildings. Sports is another topic that is an exciting topic for our community. NJSIAA is the governing body who allows or provides the guidance for sports. I just want to remind everyone that this is the schedule that is being followed at this point for our school district basketball and swimming and winter track and field. You know, we have practice start dates as of January 11th, February 1st, and for wrestling, March 1st. I just wanted to point this out that this is the conversation we're having at the district level. NJSIAA has provided the authority to move forward with a winter sports season, and we are planning around that and still consulting with our partners on if we are going to move forward with winter sports. Just on this side, some of the planning that we've done, you know, we've identified the limitations. There are no spectators allowed in any building for any sport based on Governor Murphy's guidance and NJSIAA's guidance. And here we just want to show that, you know, we have practice dates, we have competition dates limited for basketball to 15 max events. Competitions for winter track and swimming starting in February 16 with a hard end date of March 27, and limitations on the size of each team. So there is quite a bit of discussion that still has to happen around winter sports, but I wanted to provide this to you as sports in every community is a topic that draws a lot of attention, and we want you to see that we are addressing and looking to make the right conditions available if we choose to move forward with sports to maintain a safe and a very productive season, such as what we had in the fall with our football and soccer programs and cheerleading. So at this time, I wanted to ask or say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here this evening and to, let me just turn off the share. Thank you. Okay. I want to say thank you for allowing me to be here this evening again and to just provide a quick update, a snapshot of where we are with our reopening plans, some of the facilities enhancements and technology enhancements that we put into play. So at this time, I would like to turn the floor back over to President McBride, and if there were any questions or invitations to come back, any concerns, please, I will do my best to address those at this time.
Is there anyone that might want to ask a question? Councilman Rodriguez?
Well, all I want to say is thank you to Dr. Llano for being present today. And hopefully in the future we could repeat this at least probably every 2 months or so, especially now with this pandemic, to see how we're going. Probably in January it would be a good time, as soon as the school open, to see how the opening goes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Llano.
My pleasure.
Yes, Dr. Alano.
Council?
Yes, go right ahead. Hey, Councilwoman Vaughn, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Interim Superintendent Llano for coming and giving this presentation, this update. We don't have a lot of visibility into the school district and what is going on over there. But one thing that I would like him to do when he returns, of course, I wouldn't expect it this time around, but I would be interested to hear more about the COVID revenue or funding that the school district received and how that monies was appropriated and whether it was sufficient to assist the students and the families, and also to maintain the infrastructure Want to hear whether or not any of the students were impacted or families by the virus, and the services that perhaps the school district was able to provide. And also, there's a lot of rumblings in the community about recent salary increases at the school district, and I just wanted to get some insight from the superintendent on that.
Councilwoman McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Mr. Yayano, did you get that?
Yes. I wrote them. I took some notes, and it will be my pleasure to return with an update and a formal presentation around funding that we used to provide, because a lot of the technology enhancements, facility enhancements that I listed earlier, they were funded through the COVID CARES fund, monies that came in from the state and the federal money that we received, and we also used local money as well. We have quite a few success stories and tragic stories as well with our students, so we could share a more nuanced and specific, explanation of how our students experience this and the challenges that they're feeling, because on a social emotional level, it has been very difficult for our students to remain out of schools and not be able to interact with their peers. When you go on to different Zoom sessions, they are crying out to be in buildings, but of course, it has to be at the right time in a safe environment. So absolutely, I can return with a more detailed description of the student services that we've been able to provide. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, Superintendent, hi. I hope someday I get an opportunity to sit down and meet with you, but we have pretty much been in the dark about what has been happening in the schools regarding the COVID, so I do appreciate your presentation tonight. It looks like you're pretty much going on the right track here for the students, and I appreciate what you're trying to do for them, for their education and for the health and for their sports activities. So thank you very much for the presentation.
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
I just wanted to say to the interim superintendent, number one, congratulations on your appointment as interim superintendent. I hear very good things about you from our former colleagues in the Trenton Education Association and the Trenton Public Schools. And I just want to say thank you for your service. And you are interim superintendent at one of the most challenging times to be an educational administrator ever. And I'd like to say just thank you for your service. Thank you for the service of your leadership team, the assistant superintendents and the directors and principals, as well as all of the teachers. You guys are doing incredible work in the midst of a pandemic that's once in a generation. And I'd like to say thank you and keep up the good work. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Superintendent, I would like to just ask about the social piece. Just before you came on board, the Health and Human Service Director and the public policy person here with the city and myself, we had pulled together a social service piece where we were addressing the stresses of the COVID-19 and the families that were affected. And since then, we've had a tragedy in the schools during the virtual learning. And so I want to know, when you come back, if you could tell me how the program that I helped institute along with the mayor, how that is helping your students to date, because there are agencies that have partnered with the city for that social service piece. I myself turned over 15 social workers to work with the school district with 4 of your liaisons. I believe Eris Tunsil was a part of that, along with Mrs. Gonzalez. And I would just like an update on that to just see how it's going and how, if we are not putting enough of attention on that social piece, how can we, increase the counseling for the students that has been affected most. And and again to the Trenton Public Schools, the young man that we lost this year. He was 11 years old, and my heart goes out to his family and to all of the teachers because he was on the system when it happened and he got off. And so my heart goes out to the teachers and all of the administrators and to his family because it devastated the community. And so if you could just tell me how we can, how that program is going and if we need to increase that social service piece. And the second thing that I would like to add is I know you were contacted by one of the union reps in reference to our Feed the Families for December the 28th. And so we're looking forward to feeding at least 600 families in the Trenton Public School System. And so I hope to see you there that day, giving out the boxes to the families for the Trenton Public Schools.
Absolutely. I look forward to the event, and I appreciate the collaboration to support the community. This is a time where we all need to come together, and I look forward to working with City Council and everyone who's committed to this community to support what we need to do what's right for our most precious resources, our students. So I look forward to coming back, and I will provide a detailed presentation on those areas that you mentioned as well.
All righty. Thank you so much, and we appreciate you coming this evening with your presentation. At this time, I'm going to turn it back over to the clerk for the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. If we could all bow our heads for an invocation. Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thy greater glory. Amen.
Amen.
And happy first night of Hanukkah to anybody who celebrates. If we could all rise for a flag salute. Council President, would you lead us?
Don't catch me off guard like that, Mr. Collins.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
I pledge
of the
allegiance
United States of America and to the republic
of which it
for
stands,
which
one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
President McBride?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
I would like to introduce a resolution authorizing City Council to issue a rights notice to discuss the job performance of Matthew Conlon as the municipal clerk. I sent an email on Tuesday. First, before I start, I just want to say, Mr. Conlon, are you all okay? Before we do the roll call?
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Blakely, with your resolution, please.
Not a problem. So I just want to highlight how in the offer letter of Mr. Conlon that there was a
I think that we went
90-day.
Point of order. It's discussing my employment without a rights notice, my offer letter, or anything with my employment. So I am going to ask that the legal department give the
resolution. This has been signed. This has been signed by the legal department. Please don't interrupt me, Mr. Conlon. I'm talking. This has been signed by the legal department. This is actually
point of order. If you have a resolution that you want to introduce it, and let's take the vote, and let's keep this program moving, because I have a lot of critical issues to get through tonight, and we're going to get through all of them this evening. Introduce your resolution, Councilman Blakely, so we could take the vote and we can move forward.
Should I read it on the record?
You can, because you're the only one that has it. So just you can.
Not a problem. Your email must not be working because I sent it on Tuesday, but I'll read it for you. A resolution authorizing City Council to issue a rights notice to discuss the job performance of Matthew Conlon as the municipal clerk. Whereas Matthew Conlon is currently employed as the municipal clerk for the City of Trenton, New Jersey. Whereas pursuant to Mr. Conlon's offer letter from the City Council of the City of Trenton, hereinafter the City Council dated August 6, 2020, Mr. Conlon was required to complete a 90-day evaluation period in his performance as the municipal clerk. Whereas more than 90 days has passed since Mr. Conlon has assumed the position of the municipal clerk for the City of Trenton. Whereas the City Council must meet in closed session to discuss matters involving the evaluation of performance of a city employee in accordance with NJSA 104-12B, unless the employee requests that the discussion be held in open session, and therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton as follows. The City Council of the City of Trenton hereby resolves to issue a rights notice to discuss Mr. Collins' performance as the municipal clerk. And number two, City Council of Trenton hereby resolves to enter into executive session to discuss this matter unless Mr. Collins just requests that the discussion be held in open session.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, a motion has been put on the floor. We would need a second.
Second.
Mr. Collins, you're muted.
A second from Councilmember Vaughn.
All right, would you call the roll, Mr. Collins?
Yes, ma'am, I will. I will now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Blakely votes yes. Mrs. Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson votes no. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes yes. Mr. Mushal.
No.
Mr. Mushal votes no. Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez votes no. Council President McBride, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who did I miss? Ms. Vaughn. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn votes yes. Council President McBride.
No.
Council President Vide votes no. The resolution 20-728, which is the next number in line, fails.
All right, Mr. Collins, may we continue with the docket?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute, Council President.
We're going to move. I'm not going to yield the floor to you. I want to go straight into the docket. If you have any questions pertaining to the docket, then we can address it. Mr. Collins, can you continue?
Yes, ma'am. First, we have the communications and petitions and reports from the clerk's office. There were 8 communications and petitions. There are no reports otherwise. Do I have a motion to approve the communications and petitions from the clerk's office?
So move.
I have a motion from Council. I have a second from Councilman Rodriguez. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All in favor? The communications and petitions of the clerk's office are approved. There are no reports from the clerk's office. Next, we have second reading and public hearing for ordinance 20-54, an ordinance amending Chapter 10 alcoholic beverages of the Code of the City of Trenton to require the installation of security cameras by establishments which hold alcohol beverage control licenses. Administration has requested to pull this ordinance. I don't know if any council member wanted to introduce a motion on that.
I'll introduce a motion. I so move to pull 20-54.
And this would be to table it indefinitely, ma'am?
Yes, it would, until the director, as she requested, that she have the opportunity to change some of the language.
Second.
Second.
I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. I'll now call the roll. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a motion to table ordinance 20-54, the public hearing indefinitely for amendment. Mr. Blakely.
Point of clarification.
Yes,
there is no amendment needed in that ordinance. It should be thrown away completely.
Yes, sir.
Not amendment. There's no amendments. I was the one that called for the initial tabling because I requested information that I was told I was misled with this ordinance by whoever put it on. They claimed that this was mandated by the state ABC, which I have not received anything yet saying that that was the case. So since that happened, until we get something from the state ABC saying that that is mandated by them, I believe that we should table it until we get that.
It's indefinite, yes.
Yeah, definitely. Until we get the information that I requested.
Thank you. The vote, please.
Council President, if I may?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, my question out there on this ordinance is if this is state mandated, it should be state pay. So if the state is going to mandate, we need to know if they're going to pay for it. And if there is an ordinance going to be written up by the state, why does the city have to do an ordinance? That's my questions. Thank you.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Council, do I have the floor?
Yes. Pertaining to the...
Yeah, so I don't understand why this particular ordinance have made it to this stage. It has had a first reading. Somebody is a lot of feedback I'm getting. It's made it, I have a concern that for whatever the reason, the docket is not being properly reviewed by the law department or any other entity, the council, etc. Ordinance of this nature should have never made it to this stage. Should have never gone through the first hearing. I don't know what the law department what advice that it given to the police department, what advice it has given to this council regarding this particular proposed enacted law by the state or policy or directive or guidance. I want to know what the law department's opinion is on this. They should have given it to the city, to the public, to you, Council President and Council Vice President, and as well as to the Director of the Police Department. We hear nothing from the law department. So we are all sitting here asking questions, and we don't even know what's going on, and the law department have not come back and provided the input. Now, who's on the line with the law department? What is the state statute or newly enacted laws or policy that was put forward by the state legislature regarding this matter? So I want to hear from the law department because I don't understand how we got to this point. Resolutions and ordinances are supposed to go through stages before it gets presented to the legislative body for consideration and vote, and even make it to a public hearing. So I don't understand how we are still confused when we have a fully resourced law department. So would they please explain to us what is going on with this law? The law department, please. Who's on the line supporting the council this evening?
It is
Good evening, Madam.
Okay, so
Good evening,
can
Madam.
you tell us what is the law here, or what's the intent of the legislature regarding this ordinance?
Good evening, Madam. Permission to speak?
Yes, go right ahead, Mrs. Razak.
Hi, good evening. With respect to the ordinance, the alcoholic beverage ordinances, apparently there were a lot of crimes that were taking place in places where alcohol has been served on or around the areas. So it was the intention of the legislature to have cameras in place so that they can protect the citizens of Trenton and keep them out of harm's way.
What I'm asking is this mandatory? Is it compulsory? I mean, what is it? Do we have to do this? Is it a requirement? That's what I'm asking, Ms. Abdul Razak.
Thank you. Good evening again, Madam. It's my understanding, and I apologize, I did not take part in the solution for this particular ordinance. However, I would be happy to research it if you want to go on to another question to get the answer that you need. But it's my understanding from the last listing that this was something that was to be implemented as compulsory or mandated.
So this is one of I have a serious concern that this docket is not being reviewed by the law department before it gets to the public for a public hearing. I'm not speaking just ordinances, and this is a perfect example, but resolutions as well. There is a legislative process that must be adhered to. And it appears that we're not following it. Here we all are, all three government bodies. We got the judiciary on the line, we got the legislative body, the council, and we have the mayoral administration. And here we are, and from the public, we have an ordinance, and it's second reading, and we have no information.
Madam Council President,
So Council President McBride and Council Vice President, I cannot continue to make sound, cast my vote on behalf of my 20,000 plus constituents here in the West Ward when I'm constantly being put in a situation where I have no information, I have no legal advice, and asked to vote on the city's business. This is unacceptable, and it has to change. And I'm asking my leadership, Council President McBride and Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, that you work with the administration on behalf of the council that puts you in a leadership position to ensure that they provide the level of support that's required so we can vote in confidence on the business of the city. Now, again, the law department should have come prepared. They have ample time to do it, and they still can't give us what the law is pertaining to this matter. And I think everybody on this council should be concerned about that.
Excuse me, Madam President, may I just address Councilwoman Vaughn's concerns, and I appreciate them and I respect them. Councilwoman Vaughn, apparently at the last listing, it was divulged to the council, and good evening, Council President and everyone, that this was mandated by the state. It was my understanding that this particular ordinance was being tabled for, there were some questions that were presented, I believe, to Director Coley, and there were some other questions. It was my understanding that this was to be tabled. If I am wrong, again, I apologize, but again, it's my understanding or it's my knowledge that this is being state mandated. So, and that was the issue last time, and everyone was very concerned with this. The citizens of the city spoke up. Some of them who cannot afford this. There were a lot of issues. We talked about and we discussed ways that maybe the city might have a program to help the citizens to be able to afford the installation of security cameras. There are small businesses that can be put out of business, and we were all very concerned. It was my understanding that we were going to have a unified answer and try to help the citizens of Trenton to be able to facilitate this since it's being ordered by the state. We were hoping that maybe the state may have some programs that could have. But
that's not what my question is. I'm asking for legal advice.
If I may, Council President.
I don't know who's speaking there, but
this is Sally Samuel from the.
All right, Sally. Before you speak, I'm going to ask Council President to. I got to ask. Is Director Coley on the line?
No. You asked for legal advice.
I know.
They're trying to give it to you.
All right. So.
Allow them the opportunity to speak, and then we can move forward. I will allow Mrs. Samuels to have the floor to respond to Councilwoman Vaughn's question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Council President McBride, and good evening to everyone. Yes, this particular requirement to install private video or outdoor video cameras is pursuant to NJ Revised Statute Section 40:48-1.6. I'm trying to pull up that statute now, so if you would require me to read it, I will read it. But it is a requirement, and just to address your concerns, Councilwoman Vaughn, the docket is being reviewed. This particular ordinance was reviewed by Peter Cohen, who since has retired from the city. So that's the reason why Ms. Razak doesn't have all the answers that you're asking with with regard to this particular ordinance because she was not the attorney or the assistant attorney in the department to review it. Neither was I. However, we can provide you with any information that you need if you would just allow us a few minutes. Like I said, I'm pulling up the statute now where I could read verbatim from the statute what it requires. And as Ms. Razak indicated, yes, the information was to be provided from the to the council. Additional information was to be provided from Director Coley, as I recall.
Okay.
I haven't sat in that meeting. So if it was not provided, the law department will make apologies for that. But we did not. It was not. That request was not directed to us that night. It was directed to the police department, and we thought that the council would have been provided directly that information from the police department.
Okay, I will just say this. I'm reading the ordinance. I'm reading the ordinance right now, 20-54, and the statute that you just read. I'm glad that you referenced that. But in my opinion, the ordinance signed off by, I'm sorry, just give me a minute here. The ordinance was signed off for form and legality by, first it was John Morelli, and then it looks like it says, Peter Cohen, you're correct, Mrs. Samuels. So first it was signed off by John Morelli for form and legality, and then it was signed off by Peter. Now, I wouldn't look for the director of the police department, any of the directors of the administration, to sign off on the ordinance before it gets to the council for vote. Now, reading through the ordinance, it does not even state the statute. It doesn't even reference the state statute. Had the state statute been referenced in the ordinance, then we would have had much more clarity and would have known that it was statutory, meaning and required, right? But again,
actually,
this is the type of information my legal representation provides me, and I don't see how an ordinance can be written that has a statutory importance and the statute is not noted in there. Now,
actually, there's a reference to the statute in the 6 whereas.
I don't see it. In which paragraph?
In number 6 whereas clause. The 6th whereas clause. Whereas section 40:48-1.6 of the New Jersey Reside Statute states. So there is a reference.
Oh, now, so that's the same statute that you just referenced?
That's the same statute I just referenced. Yes.
Dang, reading is fundamental.
Excuse me, please don't interrupt the council or the legal advice. Thank you.
Now, I can provide the entire statute to the council if that's what you would like. I will definitely be able to do that for you, and I apologize that that wasn't provided to you before. But
If you'd like, I can put it up on the screen for you if you'd like.
No, it's quoted here. Okay, so all right, I'm fine. You answered my question. I want to move. You guys can move on unless anyone else has any other questions. But again, here we are, second reading, and this is what it took to get to the answers. And folks still was not clear on even the public. I believe it was the merchants, the Latino merchants. No one, but the law department did not step up and provide this clarity. And hey, and here it was there all along.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson would like to ask the law department a question. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson? Councilwoman?
She's muted.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. If this was passed in the legislature and this is state mandate, first of all, the state should be paying for these merchants to be able. They should have access to funding from the state to do this. They just can't mandate on these this cost on these business owners who can't afford right now. They're taking a huge loss financially because of the COVID. So if it's state mandated, it needs to be state paid. And if it's state mandated and it's a state law, there should be no need for us to even do an ordinance. Can someone answer that question?
May I please respond, Madam President? Thank you so much. This is Jacqueline Abdul-Razak.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Madam Vice President. I believe these were the same issues that that were discussed at the last listing or the last time we spoke about this issue. There were concerns and as to the state mandating these costs on business owners in Trenton and how unfair it was. And again, we were to speak with the police executives and they were to speak with the state, and we were trying to implement some kind of program that could help the citizens of Trenton, because this is an unbearable cost. But also, I'd just like to note that when we received a copy of this, and I don't know if you can see it, I apologize. It was my understanding that this was supposed to be pulled from this meeting for further discussion, and it said clerk will pull at the 12/8 meeting. So it was my understanding that it was going to be. I'm not intimating at all that anything that you said.
Procedurally, it had to be tabled.
We can still ask questions.
Yes, definitely.
But you didn't answer me why we have to have an ordinance if this was passed by the legislator. Is there a legislation to this effect?
I mean, again, the section 4048-1.6 talks about.
Yeah, but they're amending it, so the legislator has to.
President.
Madam President, if I may.
I'm through.
So listen, we have a vote on the floor, and excuse me, Mrs. Razak, the clerk was trying to just give you a little clarity on the fact that we could not pull it, that it had to be tabled in order for it to come off, in order for the police director to do whatever she needed to do, have her conversations. It could not be pulled. It had to be tabled by a vote. And that's why we're here today.
Guys, if I use the wrong language, Madam President, but Madam President, and this is, and I just want to let Vice President, Council Vice President know as well, the law enforcement, the state of New Jersey has broad police powers, and they can implement statutes that can affect us all. I mean, again, I just think it's imperative that we, as the city of Trenton, protect our citizens and that we try to find some kind of relief for them so that they're not, again, put in a position where, they could lose their businesses. This is very serious. And these are the same things that were discussed at the listing before. And again, thank you so much for listening.
President McBride.
Okay.
Madam President, a quick thing.
Something I'd like to say.
Yes, Councilman Blakely.
Well, so let me just say this. It just seems irrational that we are upset with the law department when they have presented their recommendation very clearly. Our beef is not with the law department. Our beef is with the your beef is with the legislature, who has, the beef of the people who are upset about the costs associated with this law. That is very clear. You guys are upset because of the costs that are going to be borne by the small businesses who are going to be impacted by this. That's not something that is the fault of the law department. This is something that you should take up with legislators who made this decision, 120 members of the New Jersey State Legislature. And so I just don't understand. I mean, listen, I understand that, the costs, but quite frankly, I believe that that these costs are legitimate, that public safety is paramount, that, we definitely want to make sure that we are making sure that our establishments with alcohol are as safe as possible. And this will allow the police department to investigate crimes and, situations that will require the use of video. And so whereas I sympathize with the merchants who feel that this is an onerous burden, your burden is not with Trenton City Council. Your burden or your issue is with the legislators. And I would really encourage you all to reach out to Relina Reynolds Jackson and Anthony Varelli and Senator Turner and the rest of the legislators to express your concerns. But I have to vote for this because this is a state mandate and it's required. And unless that changes, we have to do that. Thank you. Why are you always interrupting?
Councilman Blakely, the police director is asking that it be tabled for her to have a discussion about funding. The police director is the one that is asking for this to come off the docket so she can work through some more finer details. And so that's on the floor.
Yeah, I can vote on that. Yes.
Okay, that's
Madam President. Madam President, I have a question to say. I have not received what I requested. I want to know what was the bill number, the Senate or Assembly. Is it mandatory? Where does it says that it's mandatory? I read that code. I didn't find the mandatory thing there at all. It's a voluntary thing. So if it was mandatory, it was done recently, and I like to see that bill, and I like to see get the email of the part of the code where it states that it's mandatory, because I believe that it's not mandatory, and that has to be clarified before they do anything else. It's not a matter of cost, it's a matter of they told me that it was mandated by the state. I like to see where is that in the code. That's all.
All righty, so they hear you. The law
President.
The law department understands you, Councilman Rodriguez, that you want the actual bill in front of you. You asked for that the last time and you haven't received it. So, Mrs. Razat,
Council President, Council President,
Councilman Rodriguez would like to see the bill. If you guys could get the bill over to him, we'd appreciate it, showing him where it's mandated or not. And Councilman Harrison, you have the floor.
Yes. I have in front of me, it says the private outdoor video surveillance cameras in a municipality to voluntarily register their cameras with the municipality police department or force. So it's saying it's voluntary. It doesn't say that it's mandated. Like Mr. Santiago said, that's where does it say mandated? It's saying voluntary. That's what my question is.
Mr. Santiago.
That's the question for the law department.
Councilman Santiago did not say it was mandated. He asked the question for them to show him where it said it was mandated.
Right, exactly.
So
it's not mandated. He's saying the same thing I'm saying. He's saying the same thing I'm saying. Correct.
Yes. Yes. We understand.
We're going to continue with the vote. Mr. Collin, can you continue with the vote for this ordinance, please? You need to unmute yourself.
This is the vote by Council President McBride and seconded by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. The motion to table indefinitely. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
And Council President McBride.
Yes.
Motion carries. The ordinance is tabled indefinitely. On the next ordinance, 20-55, buying in the city of Trenton and county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $15 million therefore and authorizing the issuance of $15 million bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Ma'am, is this a motion to table?
Motion to table, yes.
I have a motion to table by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. And ma'am, is this the December 22nd? To table the December 22nd, Council Vice President? Yeah. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Mr. Blakely, this is a motion to table to December 22nd.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn,
No vote.
and Council President McBride.
Yes.
Accordingly, ordinance 20-55 is tabled until December 22nd, wherein we will have that public hearing. Council Vice President or Council President, I will now proceed to the resolutions, with your permission, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
First, we have Resolution 20-703, a resolution authorizing an amendment to Resolutions 20-197 to Millennium Strategies LLC for professional consulting services and grant writing to include fiscal year 21 funding source in the amount of $40,000 through RFP 2020-08. Do I have a motion?
Point of clarification. Aren't we going to do figure out the consent agenda first?
Did you want to do that, Council President, or did you just want to go into the agenda and do
It
it?
would be better. I believe it would be better. It cuts the time because this is, if we're going to be doing this over and over and over.
But we didn't have a
Well,
chance.
this is a joint meeting.
Yeah, we didn't have a chance to discuss this on Tuesday, so we need to go down the resolutions one by one here today because it's a combined meeting. So okay, Mr. Collin, continue.
Do I have a motion to introduce Resolution 20-703?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Any comment? Council President, would you like me to proceed to the vote?
You can.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Councilmember McBride.
No.
The ayes have it with a score of 5-1. Next, we have a Resolution 20-704, a resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim in the matter of Emiliano Cosme versus the City of Trenton, claim petition numbers 20-16-7838, 20-16-7866, and 20-16-33652, in the claim amount of $42,106, including attorney's fees and costs. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Any comment or questions?
Take the vote. Move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Councilmember Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-705. A resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim in the matter of Quasine Goldstein versus City of Trenton, claim petition number 2018-1398, in the claim amount of $34,930.80, including attorney fees and costs. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion from Council Vice President Wilson. I have a second from Mr. Harrison. Any comments or questions? Council President, shall I move to the vote? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Blakely, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-606, a resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim in the matter of Michael Mannion versus the City of Trenton, claim petitions number 2016-16295. Say amen?
You said 606. I said 706.
Yes, ma'am. This is 20-706. A resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim in the matter of Michael Mannion versus the City of Trenton, claim petition number 2016-16295, in the claim amount of $12,750.42, including attorney's fees and costs. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I I have a motion by Councilman Vice President Harrison, a second by Mr. Harrison. Would you like me to proceed to the vote, or are there any questions?
Yes. Go right ahead.
Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-707, a resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim in the matter of Briar Dodgett versus the City of Trenton claim petition number 2018-18565 in the claim amount of $8,587.70, including attorney's fees and costs. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Any questions, or would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Proceed to the vote.
Councilmember Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-708, a resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim in the matter of David Nelson versus City of Trenton claim petition number 2018-6474 in the claim amount of $46,186.80, including attorney's fees and costs. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. I have a motion by Ms. Caldwell-Wilson. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Are there any questions, or would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Proceed.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-709, a resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim in the matter of Herbert Flowers versus City of Trenton, claim petition number 2014-5272 in the claim amount of $37,790.46, including attorney's fees and costs. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Any questions? Would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Proceed.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
Which one is this?
This is 20-709, a resolution authorizing the settlement of a workers' compensation claim in the matter of Herbert Flowers versus the City of
No
Trenton.
vote. No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-710, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for a period of 1 year to Henry J. Austin Health Center for provisions of comprehensive primary health care services to underinsured and uninsured residents in an amount not to exceed $259,000 per year through competitive contract 2019-08. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
I have a question.
Who made the second? Was that Mr. Blakely?
Is there a debate here?
Wait a
Yes,
minute.
ma'am, but I need to find out who made the second first. Mr. Blakely, did you make the second, sir?
I did.
Thank you. Floor is open.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
So, is the business administrator here?
Yes, I am on.
Okay, and you're just for full transparency and disclosure, you are also now the acting director of Health and Human Services, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So, extending the contract, does this contract have an option to extend?
Yes, last year we awarded the contract with an option to extend for 2-year extensions. For 2 1-year extensions, meaning we could do an extension this year and we could do another extension next year.
And what is this $250,000 for?
It is to provide services in accordance to a New Jersey statute NJSA 26:1A-15. And it's a statute that requires that the City of Trenton provides basic services to its residents. We have a Board of Health, and as such, we need to provide immunization, behavioral health care, sexual transmitted disease testing and treatment.
The contract, right? I don't see the contract, the number. I see the contract year, was it 2019, CC? That's the year, right? But where's the resolution for the original contract?
It is in the packet. It is 20-64, and it was passed on February 6, 2020.
Okay.
You may proceed, Mr. Collins.
Any other questions, or you'd like me to proceed to the vote?
Proceed to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn. Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-711, a resolution rejecting bids received for COVID-19 testing for the City of Trenton resident to enter into an emergency contract through bid 2020-57.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Blakely. Any questions, or would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Proceed.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 20-712, resolution rejecting bids received for environmental remediation of LNAPL soil and groundwater in accordance with the state requirements at the former Federated Metal Site, 300 Enterprise Avenue, Trenton, New Jersey, through Centrex or equivalent for the Department of Housing and Economic Development through bid 2020-65.
So moved.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Any questions, or would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Proceed.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-713, a resolution authorizing an award of contract to Magic Touch Construction Company, Incorporated, for plumbing services to renovate a city-owned facility located at 56 Escher Street to provide an emergency COVID-19 shelter through Middlesex Education Services Commission of a New Jersey ESCNJ 2021-8-18 in an amount not to exceed $75,948.04. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second by Council President McBride. Are there any questions, or would you like to proceed to a vote?
Proceed.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-714, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec. To Clark Canton Hintz PC for professional architect and construction administration services for the public facility renovation projects for the City of Trenton Department of Housing and Economic Development in an amount not to exceed $77,800 through RFP 2020-41. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council
I have a question about this one.
Council President McBride.
Council
would you like to
President?
remember it?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Who put this forward? Ben Delisle?
Yes.
Is he on the line?
Yes, Councilwoman.
So this is the East Trenton Library. Is that what it is?
It's for several projects being renovated with.
Now it says, it says the public facilities project for Reading Center on South Broad Street, the Sam Naples Center, North Clinton Avenue Center, and the West Ward Center.
Right.
They already came up with a design for those facilities? What more has to be done over there? Because I remember this architectural firm, we had initially, about a year ago, approved the contract for the same facilities.
Councilwoman, you're correct. They provided services to prepare the designs and the bidding specifications. This is for architectural support to help oversee the work by the contractors. So there's submittals to be reviewed, progress payments to be reviewed, questions regarding the design during construction. It's to provide those services, during the construction period. That was not included during the design phase or their initial contract.
Okay, thank you.
Council President, would you like me to proceed to the vote or any questions?
Yes, proceed. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Blakely, sir.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, my apologies. They put your vote out of order on the sheet. My apologies. Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
And then Council President McBride. My apologies, ma'am.
No, my vote is no.
Thank you, ma'am. The ayes have it. Resolution so ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-715, a resolution authorizing contract award to 72-Hour LLC DBA National Fleet Auto Group for the purchase of one Ford F-150 for the construction and maintenance water superintendent in an amount not to exceed $41,663.36. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Point of clarification. I believe that this was pulled, wasn't it? 715 and 718?
715 was pulled. My apologies, sir.
So-
That is withdrawn. And 718 was likewise pulled, so I still have them in my packet. Next, we proceed to Resolution 20-716, a resolution accepting bids and awarding a contract to Richard T. Barrett Paving Company for the resurface and repair of asphalt milling and paving for 3,535 square yards of interplant roadway in an amount not to exceed $59,856 through bid 20-74.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harris. Do I have a second? Anybody else for a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Are there any questions? Would you like to proceed to the vote?
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
For the, I vote no. No.
20-716 passes. So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-717, a resolution accepting bids and awarding contract to Ducon Inc. for corrosion control treatment system Phase 2 distribution system modifications to the water transmission main piping in the vicinity of TWW's Reservoir Gatehouse along Pennington Avenue in an amount not to exceed $1,085,450 through bid 2020-66. Do I have a motion?
So move.
A motion by Mr.
Second.
Blake. I have a second by Councilmember Harrison. Any questions?
Yeah, I
Yes.
have a question.
Yes.
Um,
Correct.
I have a question. Who signed this on behalf of Mark Lavenberg? I can't make out the signature. Mr. Cruz?
Madam President, that was, I believe that was David Smith at the time that Mr. Lavenberg was not available when we had to get a portion of the resolution redone, and Mr. Lavenberg was not available at that moment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So my question to you is that this is a part of the Reservoir Gatehouse along Pennington Avenue. Is this $1 million coming out of that $50 million in bonds? Where is this money coming from? Because you just took a bond down to do that reservoir. So where's this $1 million coming from?
If it pleases the council president, this is coming out of our capital fund for 2021. This was a budgeted capital item.
But it shouldn't be, should it?
This is separate from the reservoir project and the meter project.
It says the Reservoir Gatehouse.
Yes, that is the approximate location where the work's going to go on, but it's on the outside of the reservoir. And this is relative to, as you know, we've talked about it in the past that we're using a zinc orthophosphate for coating the lines throughout the system and residences' homes to protect them against potential lead contamination. And we have an issue when we're adding that chemical. If that chemical is to go into the reservoir in its current configuration, that would introduce phosphate into the reservoir. And if we get into it, the phosphate, when it enters an open water reservoir and exposed to the sun, that will lead to an algae bloom, which will cause tremendous taste and odor issues and potential carcinogens as well. So the way this project is going to work is there's going to be a soft, what they call rubber check valve that will prevent water from entering the reservoir coming from the gravity zone. And this is an effort to cover, seriously, the most vital part of the city of Trenton, which is the area along the Delaware River, which is currently not being able to be treated with the zinc orthophosphate. So this is just another tool that we have in the toolbox to help the citizens from being contaminated with lead in their water. As we go forward with the lead service line replacement program, our best estimation now, if we were to get into phase 3, would be approximately 21% of all the lead-lined services in the system, and 21% is a far cry from 100%. The addition of the zinc orthophosphate does give us the protection to do that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so the other question that I wanted to ask is, every time we have a council meeting and we talk about chemicals, no one has ever explained to us the effect that all of these chemicals are having on our residents. Every time we come to the council meeting, we're experiencing, the last time we were here in front of you, you said that you wanted to put a chemical in for Legionnaires. Now we want to add on top of the Legionnaires, you want to add this corrosion control treatment. Before then, they wanted to add another treatment. So my question to the chemist, the engineer, or whomever can answer this question, what does all of these combined chemicals do to the residents as far as health when we're putting 10 to 20 powerful chemicals in this water? What is the effect of it? What is the chemical effect to the residents? You need to get that to me in writing so I could take my time and look through that and read it, because there has to be some type of side effect to all of these chemicals here. It's just a lot. And my layman thinking says to me that I need to know exactly what the effects of all of these chemicals placed together to the human body.
Council President, I really do appreciate that question, and I will get that to you in writing with as much detail as possible. Just one quick note on the Legionella issue that we discussed. That is, it's not a new chemical that we're adding to it. It's enhancement of the chlorine that we already add to the water to disinfect it, which is, the most predominant disinfectant in the water industry is to use that. So we didn't add an additional chemical. We were asking for some engineering help to aid to make sure the chlorine is reaching those critical areas. But, your concern about, the zinc orthophosphate being added to the water, I'd be happy to get you that.
Chemicals. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You may continue, Mr. Collins.
We have a motion by Mr. Blakely, a second by Mr. Harrison. Do I have any more questions, or would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Proceed to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered. Resolution 20-717 passes. Next, we have Resolution 20-719. A resolution exercising the option to extend the contract awarded to Municipal Maintenance Company for the maintenance of air vacuum handling equipment for the City of Trenton Department of Water and Sewer in an amount not to exceed $22,090 through bid 2019-60. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Harrison. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Are there any questions, or would you like me to proceed to a vote?
Proceed. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered. Passes. Resolution 20-719 does pass. Next, we have Resolution 20-720, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract awarded to Municipal Maintenance Company for altitude valve maintenance for the City of Trenton Department of Water and Sewer in an amount not to exceed $64,700 through bid 2019-66. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Are there any questions? Or should I proceed with the vote?
Proceed.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ms. Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered. Resolution 20-720 passes. Next, we have Resolutions 20-721. A resolution accepting bids and awarding a contract to multiple vendors for repair of water distribution infrastructure on an as-needed basis for the construction of a wide range of emergency and non-emergency critical repairs in an amount not to exceed $1,200,000 through bid 2020-78. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. Any questions, or shall I proceed to the vote?
I have a question.
I have a
Council
question.
President?
Yes. Right away, Councilwoman Vaughn, then Councilman Rodriguez.
Director Levenberg, please.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Oh, wow. This ordinance just covers the gamut. So, I don't see a line item detail here in the attachment. You understand my question?
Yeah, no, I don't understand your question.
Okay, so you got you're asking for 1.2 million. So, and you said that, it covers quite a few things. Repair of the water distribution infrastructure on an as-needed basis for the construction of a wide range of emergencies and non-emergency critical repairs in an amount not to exceed. Okay, I would want to see how that 1.2 million was going to be used and what you call a non-emergency versus an emergency on an as-needed basis. I really don't know what all this means, and I think that that this is just This is the type of resolution that shouldn't even make the docket. But anyways, thank you. I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may answer, Councilwoman Vaughn, this is Business Administrator Adam Cruz.
I don't think she wanted an explanation because the explanation is not in writing, excuse me. And the
President McBride?
She was just making a statement, Mr.
President McBride?
Cruz, and the councilwoman said that she needed an explanation from you, which I didn't hear that. Did you ask for an explanation?
No, you're absolutely correct, Council. Nope, I don't need an explanation.
Okay.
I'm reading the resolution right in front of me.
Yeah. So I just want to clear the record, Vice President, Madam President, that there are 4 sheets attached to the resolution with all of the sizes of pipes that are included on that contract, and there are estimated quantities as to the number that may. It doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to be using the entire amount on the contract, but in case we need to, these numbers were based on probabilities of break, especially now during the winter. We experience a lot of emergency repairs, and I know that council has been very adamant about us declaring emergencies every time that something breaks. So this is a response to that request from council that needed to be addressed. And I know that, this has been ongoing, and council has had a lot of, concerns when we award contracts because you feel that it's not fair that we are awarding contract on an emergency basis. So this addresses that.
Okay, but I'm sorry, but I will say this. Yeah, I would love to see if you could have put forward, as you had mentioned in the past, an account of sorts a bucket of sorts that would service, that would fund emergencies on an as-needed basis. But that's not what this resolution reads. This resolution really facilitates a sole contractor, which is DUCON. So my understanding of emergency contracts, there are, I believe, 4 vendors or 4 contractors or companies that we lean on for emergencies. So, but what you described, Mr. Cruz, is not what this resolution states. But thank you.
But that is the purpose.
No, but there's only one vendor on here is DUCON. If you can show me Gengoli, Ted Dolce, it doesn't say any of that, right? And those are the ones that the water department usually call on for emergencies. Waters Bugsby, but it's only DUCON here. Why is that?
All right, so we're not going to go back and forth, Mr. Cruz. We're going to go to Councilman Rodriguez. That was next.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw a similar resolution before, and we voted it down. Except that this time they double the amount of money. I believe that at that time was $600,000 for DUCON, and now they put it at $1,200,000. They doubled it. But I believe we voted a similar resolution down about 8 or 9 months ago, something like that. And it is puzzling to me, Mr. Cruz's explanation of the emergency process, emergency contracts. By now, we should have a crew at Waterworks that is able to do all the emergency repairs. We have been buying equipment left and right for the past 2 years. A little bit, the past 2 years and 4 months, we have been buying all types of equipment, all types of vans, all types of trucks, a bunch of that. And we still have to give, this contract. But this is just in case we're gonna give these contracts already. We're gonna guarantee that money to those people. No. This is a giveaway. I'm gonna vote no, and I believe we should not vote for this. This is a con job here. What is going on? We are going to foresee the emergencies, and we're going to have just these two, DuPont and Water Busby. It's not open. at the beginning it says by various contractors, but here is only mentioned Ducon and Waters and Buckby. Waters and Buckby is the same as Gingoli. It belongs to Gingoli anyway. It's the same one. But what is going on? We voted something similar down some time ago. I remember it very well. It was for Ducon, about $600,000. Now it's coming back. It came back, the same thing. Well, less than a year ago, we voted it down, so it should not be here again.
Yes, Madam President, would you like me to address it?
He was making a statement, and which he can do because of this is both the meetings combined. Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. So I just want to say, Mr. Cruz, please tell me if this analogy is analogous to this particular situation. It's similar to buying gas or gasoline or oil for your home in anticipation of it getting cold in the winter. You know that it's going to be cold at home, so you buy gasoline to basically, or oil to prepare you for the winter. Or another example would be, it's going to snow, and so you buy snow tires in anticipation of the snow falling. So this is just, from my understanding, anticipating that there are going to be issues that we need to address, and this is the pot of money that we would use instead of having emergency contracts that are increased because of their short nature.
Madam President, may I?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, but this is actually what we call a preemptive strike. It is a contract that we go and procure in case it happens. We all know that during the winter, because of the freezing and then the ice pushing onto the roadways and into the ground, we get a lot of breaks throughout the city. We all know that we do emergency contracts, and yes, Councilwoman, you are correct when you mentioned that there used to be 4 contractors. Those 4 contractors were there because we didn't have a bid. Now we have a bid, and if you look at the backup documentation, all 4 vendors that we have used in the past are actually the people that submitted bids. It is actually 4 bidders that submitted bids. And you can look at the amount on the bottom of the sheet that is supplied with the resolution. Councilman Santiago also mentioned that this was a $600,000 contract some 8 years ago. We did put in front of the council another resolution that was voted down, but it was close to $3 million. So this is actually half of the amount that was that we tried to award some months back.
Alrighty. Mr. Collin, you can continue with the vote, please.
Excuse me. Hello?
Yes, there's no portion for the public here, ma'am, so you're going to have to wait until the public portion to speak. Okay? Thank you. I have an introduction and a motion by Mr. Blakely. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now call the roll. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
So ordered, passes by a resolution of 4-2. And Council President, we have several walk-on resolutions with regard to several legal firm items. Did you want me to proceed to the walk-ons, ma'am?
Yes. Could you? I think that we had given those resolutions to the body on Monday in reference to the law department. Can you tell me if you had received the waivers back from DCA?
I have received all of the MOU waivers for all 3 law firms, and the MOU waiver for Mr. Florio's law firm was previously received. If Mr. Cruz, I believe, can confirm that because the resolution was run before.
That is correct, Mr. Clerk. All resolutions have been approved.
All righty. You can read them into the record.
Yes, ma'am. First, we have Resolution 20-722, a resolution authorizing emergency appropriations to the to the state fiscal year 2021 temporary budgets of the City of Trenton Current Fund. Whereas an emergency has arisen with respect to providing funds for the operation of the City of Trenton Current Fund and no adequate provision has been made in the state fiscal 2021 temporary budget for certain purposes, and NJSA 40 Cap A:40-20 provides for creation of an emergency appropriation for the certain purposes listed below. And whereas the total emergency appropriation, whereas the total emergency temporary resolutions adopted for the fiscal year 2021 year pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 96 Public Law 1951, including this resolution, total $81,823,957.18. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, by not less than two-thirds of all the members thereof affirmatively concurring, that in accordance with the NJSA 40 Cap A:4-20, following emergency appropriations are hereby adopted as follows. Law operating expenses, $90,000. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Any questions? Would you like me to proceed to the roll?
Proceed.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 7-23, a resolution authorizing an amendment to the contract with the Law Office of Boyle and Valenti Law PC, 10 Grove Street, Haddonfield, New Jersey, 808033, to provide continued professional legal services regarding legal representation to the City Council members in an amount not to exceed $30,000. Whereas the City of Trenton has a continuing need for professional legal services regarding legal representation to City Council members, and whereas Resolution is number 20-347 awarded a contract with the Law Office of Boyle and Valenti Law PC in an amount of $20,000, and whereas previously allocated funds have been exhausted, and a contract amendment in the amount of $30,000 is necessary to cover the services rendered through June 2021, which will bring the total contract amount to $50,000, and whereas this amendment shall be awarded to the Law Office of Boyle and Valenti Law PC in an amount not to exceed $30,000, and whereas funds for this contract will be certified to be available in the fiscal year 2021 budget in account number 1-01-35-3500-290. Now, therefore, it is resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that the mayor is hereby authorized to amend the contract with the Law Office of Boyle and Valenti Law PC for the said purposes in the amount prescribed by law. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Mr. Blakely. Do I have a second?
Councilwoman Vaughn.
No vote.
Council.
Not voting.
I'm not
This is-
voting.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Any questions, or shall proceed to the vote?
Proceed.
Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-724, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20-20.4 et sec to Renaud D. Apollonio LLC, 190 North Avenue, Cranford, New Jersey, 07016 for legal services to represent Trenton City Council in litigation matters in an amount not to exceed $30,000 through RFP 2020-54. Whereas the City of Trenton Office of the City Clerk has a need for legal services to represent Trenton City Council in litigation matters for a period of 1 year, and whereas a request for proposal was advertised and 9 proposals received on November 20th, 2020, and were evaluated by the committee based on criteria that include experience, understanding of requirements, and cost. And whereas the proposals of Renaud D. Apollonio LLC, 190 North Avenue, Cranford, New Jersey, 07016 was deemed to have the necessary qualifications and expertise for the performance of the services at the rate budgeted. And whereas funds in an amount not to exceed $30,000 at an hourly rate of $175 have been certified to be available in the following account number 1-01-35 2025-3500-290 for the legal services to represent Trenton City Council in litigation matters for a period of 1 year. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that the mayor is authorized to enter into a contract with Diapollonio LLC, 190 North Avenue, Cranford, New Jersey, 07016 for legal services to represent Trenton City Council in litigation matters for a period of 1 year. 2, this contract is awarded pursuant to the authority set forth in the local public contracts law at NJSA 40-A:11-41. 3, notice this action shall be printed once in the official newspaper of the City of Trenton, and the resolution and contract shall remain on file in the City Clerk's office. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Council President McBride. I will now proceed to any questions, or shall I proceed to the vote?
Proceed.
Councilman Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have resolutions 20-725, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to LaCourte, Bundy, Varity, and Kinsella, 989 Bonnell Court, Union, New Jersey, 07083 for legal services to represent the Trenton City Council, President Kathy McBride, in litigation matters in an amount not to exceed $30,000 through RFP 2020-54. Whereas the City of Trenton Office of City Clerk has a need for legal services to represent Trenton City Council President Kathy McBride in litigation matters for a period of 1 year, and whereas a request for proposal was advertised and 9 proposals received on November 28, 2020, and were evaluated by the committee based on criteria that included experience, understanding of requirements, and cost. And whereas the proposal of LaCourte, Bundy, Varity, and Kinsella, 989 Bonnell Court, Union, New Jersey, 07083 was deemed to have the necessary qualifications and expertise for the performance of the services at the rates budgeted. And whereas funds in an amount not to exceed $30,000 and an hourly rate of $175 have been certified to be available in the following account number 1-01-35-3500-290 for legal services to represent the Trenton City Council President Kathy McBride in litigation matters for a period of 1 year. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that the mayor is authorized to enter into a contract with LaCourte, Bundy, Varity, and Kinsella, 989 Bonnell Court, Union, New Jersey, 07083 for legal services to represent Trenton City Council President Kathy McBride in litigation matters for a period of 1 year. 2, this contract is awarded pursuant to the authority set forth in the local public contracts law at NJSA 40 Cap A 11-41. 3, notice of this action shall be printed once in the official newspaper for the City of Trenton, and the resolution and contract shall remain on file at the City Clerk's office. Do I have a motion?
I have a question.
Second.
I have a motion by Council President McBride, and I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Go right ahead, Councilman Blakely.
Yeah, do we have a representative from the law department?
Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Can you outline, has the law department signed up on this?
Yes, Julie Murray did, sir.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you. That's all. I don't have any other questions.
So proceed with the vote.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have Resolution 20-726, a resolution authorizing an amendment to the contract with the law office of Florio, Kennedy, and Raval, LLP, 125 Chubb Avenue, Suite 310, North Lindenhurst, New Jersey, 07071, to provide continued professional legal services regarding general, municipal, and defense litigation matters in an amount not to exceed $9,869.50. Whereas the City of Trenton has a continuing need for professional legal services regarding general, municipal, and defense litigation matters, whereas resolution numbers 20-55 awarded a contract to the law offices of Florio, Kennedy, and Raval, LLP, in an amount of $60,000. And whereas previously allocated funds have been exhausted in a contract amendment in the amount of $9,869.50 is necessary to cover services rendered through June 2020, which will bring the total contract amount to $69,869.50. And whereas this amendment shall be awarded to the law office of Florio, Kenny, and Raval, LLP, in an amount not to exceed $9,869.50. And whereas the funds for this contract have been certified to be available for the fiscal year 2020 budget in account number 0-01-35-3500-290. Now, therefore, it is resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton that the mayor is hereby authorized to amend the contract with the law office of Florio, Kenny, and Raval, LLP, for the said purposes in the amount prescribed by law. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Council President McBride. I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Are there any questions, or would you like me to proceed to the vote?
Proceed.
Councilman Blakely.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
So ordered. Next, we have resolution, Council President, did you want me to do the last resolution after the ordinances, or do you want me to do that walk on now?
Let's do it now.
You could do them now.
Yes, ma'am. Well, next, we have resolution 20-727, resolution granting the municipal clerk a temporary residency waiver pursuant to the City of Trenton Code Section 2-95D. Whereas Matthew Conlon was hired on August 28, 2020 by the Trenton City Council as Trenton City Municipal Clerk. And whereas the City of Trenton has a residency requirement for officers and directors employed by the City of Trenton under the City of Trenton Code Section 2-95. And whereas a waiver to the residency requirement is available under Section 2-95D with regard to any employee who has a license issued by the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs. And whereas Mr. Conlon, due to a physical disability in the COVID-19 pandemic emergency order, has requested a temporary waiver 2-95D until 90 days after the COVID-19 pandemic state of emergency declared by Governor Phil Murphy is lifted. And now therefore be it resolved by the City of Council, City of Trenton, that a residency requirement waiver under the City of Trenton Municipal Code Section 2-95D is granted to the Trenton City Clerk, Matthew Conlon, 90 days after the last declared state of emergency related to COVID-19 and the executive orders related to that state of emergency related to COVID-19 are lifted by the Governor of New Jersey. Do I have a motion?
President McBride.
So moved.
Second. Second.
Motion by Council President McBride. I have a second by Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
President McBride.
Councilman Blakely.
Thank you. So I am going to be voting in opposition to this waiver. We were in the middle of the pandemic when we hired Mr. Conlon, and he accepted the terms that he would move in to 90 days. I believe that his salary, as well as his that he could move to the city, and that he also agreed to the terms of employment. I'm really disturbed by my colleagues who are going to support this. They have been staunch supporters of residency only when it doesn't, and they're against it when they are trying to do whatever they're trying to do. And so I think it's hypocritical to offer Mr. Conlon a temporary waiver that could be pretty much indefinite without a end date. And I just think that this is a very, very bad decision. It sets a bad precedent. And I just believe that Mr. Conlon, and I'll talk about this during my civic comments, I just think that we are setting a bad precedent, and my colleagues are being extraordinarily hypocritical by supporting residency when it's in their favor, and doing away with residency when it meets their political agenda as well. And so I am very, very disappointed. We had city residents who applied for this position who were qualified. And the only reason I voted for Mr. Conlon, one of the only reasons, was because he said he would move into the city. And now I see that that's not going to happen. And I think, this is just a bad idea. I think that we should hold Mr. Conlon to the terms and conditions of his offer letter that we initially supported. And I'll just say this. We don't even, as a body, when we voted not to have a 90-day review, we haven't even had a chance to review Mr. Conlon's performance, and we're granting him a waiver or a temporary, or, I think it's a bogus waiver, but I will say that we have not, Mr. Conlon has exhibited some really bizarre actions as the city clerk.
Point of order, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I have an opinion.
Mr. Conlon,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Conlon, councilperson is speaking, please. Let us.
Mr. Conlon does not have the temperament. I don't think that he is someone that means this city very good. He has been a problem since he's got here. His actions have been bizarre. And I think that having a 90-day review of his performance would have been smart, as well as holding him to the residency law. And so, don't say I didn't warn you guys about Mr. Conlon, and I'll just leave it at that. I warned you. I'm telling you that we need to do a review and actually analyze his performance. And the fact that we are waiving the residency law without having a review of his performance over the next 90 days is really irresponsible and is going to serve as I believe, another embarrassment to a council that has had nationally renowned embarrassments. And this is just going to be another one. Mark my words, we are going to regret that we are not doing our due diligence and holding Mr. Conlon to the terms of his offer letter. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else want anything? Anyone else?
Robin, Councilwoman Vaughn has some comments here.
Go right ahead.
Very quickly, I think that I agree with Councilman Blakely. I believe that the residency law is clear. Actually, I pulled it up, and I want the law department to chime in because I had requested them to come to this meeting prepared tonight to educate us on the particulars of the rule. That's part of our city code. And the waiver, I don't even think that we're applying a waiver properly here. The waiver is only supposed to be used in the event that the hiring authority of the city of Trenton shall determine that there cannot be recruited a qualified resident for this role. And of course, there's some other specifications around skill set and et cetera. So, but I also believe that I know I've spoken to Mr. Collin about this, and I know about residency and moving to Trenton, and he did voice that he was in a process of finding a place. And I believed him. So I don't understand this waiver right now because he did commit to it. He signed on to it. And then he had shared that he had every intent to move to Trenton. And I went as so much to offer to show him around the city and some of the very beautiful neighborhoods we have here in the West Ward. So I don't understand why that's even necessary for the waiver. I don't think the waiver applies to Mr. Collin and his area expertise. And we can't, as a governing body, how can I say it, misinterpret the law. Because as Councilman Blakely stated, it's a slippery slope. So we all know that there's 400 plus employees in the city that are currently are not residents. So we have to do better here on council as we have to give the city transparency and give the folks confidence that we are applying the law fairly and equally. But anyways, the other thing, I definitely believe that we should not, there's nothing that precludes us from giving Mr. Collin a performance review. That's pretty standard. I would want to do that regardless of what has transpired or didn't transpire. We're obligated to give Mr. Collin a performance review. And I don't understand why we do that. And I hope that we will proceed with that, because that is the most appropriate and proper thing to do for any employee that is getting paid with our taxpayer dollars. So we need to do that. We're obligated to do it. I don't think we have an option for that. And then, you know, as far as whatever else, that still have yet to be decided, whether we vote up, vote down, but we still should have the meeting. I don't understand why we are so against even having a discussion. Not even knowing how it will, what the outcome will be. But nonetheless, is the law department on the line?
Yes, Madam.
Ms. Abdul Razak, I had asked you to come to the council meeting to give us an education on the law, to make sure that, again, that the council, I would like the law department to give us some advice to make sure we're proceeding legally. What is the waiver? How can we apply the waiver? Is the council applying the waiver to Mr. Collin appropriately? Is he qualified for a waiver? Does he meet the criteria based on our?
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening again, Madam Councilwoman and Council. If I may just ask that I might be able to give you some general information, but in an executive session. However, any discussion of Mr. Collin and his situation, we would definitely need to issue him a rice notice, because it does touch on his employment and it's of a personal and confidential matter. So, you know, to protect.
Excuse me. I don't mean to be, but I ask about the law, the waiver. I'm not asking about Mr. Collin. I'm asking about the waiver, because we're about to vote on the waiver.
I understand.
So council has raised the waiver, right? So that has nothing to do with his performance. We're just talking about him moving to the city or not moving to the city. And specifically, I'm just asking about, I want you to give me the interpretation of the city code, paragraph C of statute 2-95.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, Section C, as it was amended on 10/2/14, it was a waiver to expand the hiring class. And with respect to that particular Section C, whenever the hiring authority of the City of Trenton shall determine that there cannot be recruited a sufficient number of qualified residents from the City of Trenton, the City of Trenton shall advertise for other qualified applicants. The City of Trenton or the hiring authority shall thereupon classify all qualified applicants for such position or employments to so determined in the following manner. So if they don't have any sufficient Trenton residents, then they must go within county, again, to the county where the municipality is located. So it will be Mercer County residents. If by any chance there are no qualified Mercer County residents, they must go to neighboring counties. If there are none there, then again they have to go to other residents in the state of New Jersey. And finally, if they can't find anyone qualified in the state of New Jersey, then it goes to all other applicants. The hiring authority shall first appoint all those in class 1, and then those in such succeeding class in the order above listed, and shall appoint a person or persons in any such class only to a position or positions of employment remaining after all qualified applicants in the preceding class or classes have been appointed or whether or not they have declined the offer. The preference established by this section shall in no way diminish, reduce, or affect the preferences granted pursuant to any other provisions of the law. So again, this statute is Trenton first, and then again, if you cannot find enough qualified to expand the hiring class, then within Mercer County and then neighboring counties. Now, another interesting section is Section D, the waiver for exceptional persons. This is a very interesting section. Whenever the hiring body of Trenton shall determine there are certain specific positions and employments requiring special talents or skills which are necessary for the operations of the city of Trenton and which are not likely to be found among the residents. So it's a two-prong. Again, necessary for the operations and which are not likely found among the residents of the city. Such positions so determined shall be filled without reference to the residency statute. So these are very special people. This provision shall be used for positions or employments for officers that are subject to the advice and consent of city council, positions requiring persons with scientific or technical licenses or certifications required by the EPA and also the Division of Community Affairs and other state governing agencies. Again, the reading of this statute, it specifically outlines and it specifically tailors, it says people or persons of scientific and technical licenses and certifications. Oftentimes when we read a statute or an ordinance, we have to read it by its four corners.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I will say...
No, I just wanted to let you know that I was working diligently on the information I wanted to give you. I just wanted to make sure that I gave you a document, a work product that was complete. So I thank you for allowing me to speak, Madam. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, so we're going to
Council President.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson was on the line. Did you want to let Mr. Harrison speak?
This is extremely upsetting because basically what's happening here with certain colleagues is this is a witch hunt. This has nothing to do with Mr. Conlon's ability to do the job. Mr. Conlon is a certified RMC, and I shouldn't mention his name, but he's certified. He's a very competent clerk. And because of other issues that are going on, we have a witch hunt going on with council people and the administration to remove Mr. Conlon. It has been a very difficult time for him and for certain council members. He has made many attempts to find some place to move to the city of Trenton, but it has been very difficult because I have actually witnessed that. And I think that this is inappropriate. If you're going to hold Mr. Conlon to the standards that you're talking about, then you need to start holding everybody in the city of Trenton to these standards that are required to meet the residents' requirements. And I have never in my whole time in council ever heard anybody complain about someone who has not met the residents' requirements. And that's all I have to say.
Well, Council, the floor is not yield to you. Councilman Harrison, were you asking for the floor?
Yes. Yes. When Mr. Conlon was going to be hired, it was told within 90 days he would move to the city of Trenton. And according to Tuesday, council president and vice president said they were trying to help him find a location. Now today, we're talking about giving a waiver until after COVID. So I don't understand. We talked about residency, but now we're not talking about it. Like, why would we be working to try to find him a location in the city if we were going to give him a waiver? Does that make sense? You know, when this came up, everybody on this council kept saying the number one thing is that for him to reside here. And Mr. Blakely is correct that it was told within 90 days he would be living here. It's past 90 days, and I'm not sure why he's not living here. And we talk about that. So that alone, right alone, myself says why? Why would the council president and vice president try to find a location for him, but now you want to give him a waiver? That does not make any sense.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Can anybody?
Yeah, Council President McBride?
No, I'm not going to yield the floor to you. I'm going to move to the vote. Mr. Collin, could you go ahead and roll call for the vote? Mr. Collin.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Blakely, sir.
Roll call for the vote, please.
Mr. No. Mr. Blakely votes no. Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Council Vice President, ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Harrison?
No.
Councilmember Michelle?
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilmember Vaughn?
No vote.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
The ayes have it 4-2, so ordered. Next, we have 4 resolutions for introduction and set the public hearing date. The proposed...
Those are ordinances, aren't they? You said resolution, aren't they ordinances?
Yes, ma'am. They are 4 ordinances for introduction tonight. The public hearing date is... I believe should be set for January 5th for advertising purposes.
President McBride?
It says on the paper, it says January the 7th, 20. Want
Yes.
recognition for the floor?
Yes, I did. Thank you so much for giving me recognition. I created this ordinance to allow the young people of this city to have an opportunity to influence their government. Much of the violence in this city has been with our young people. I think that this is a cry for help. I think that our city government is older, to say the least. And I believe that our young people could add a lot of value in terms of advising us on what they need in a formal governmental body. I believe that the young people of this city are the future of this city. And I believe that the best way to build strong adults is to build strong children. And I believe that this youth advisory board would be a wonderful way to listen to our young people, provide opportunities for leadership for them, as well as give them a voice in the affairs of a city that one day that they will lead. I don't intend on staying on city council forever. I know you all don't either. And I believe that one day we could see a member of this Youth Advisory Commission lead our city, and as mayor, as city council members, and as other leaders and business owners. And so that's why I created this board, this commission, to have our young people to have a voice in our government. Currently, they do not. There's no formal way for them to express their passions and their interests. And as Trenton being a state capital, you know, this is a really good opportunity to give our young people an opportunity to see how government actually works up close and personal. And I just hope that my colleagues will allow this opportunity. Now, listen, if you don't vote for this, the mayor can do an executive order, create this youth advisory commission, and it will have no input by members of city council. I think that this is a really good way for us to have the ability to actually, you know, show young people that this is a joint governmental venture, both on the legislative side and the executive side. And so I really hope, I actually sent this ordinance to all of my colleagues a couple of weeks ago, asking for their input. I did not hear anything, did not hear any, suggestions on how to make this Youth Advisory Commission stronger. And so I really hope that this garners their support so that we could put our young people in a position to give us advice on how to move the city forward. Thank you.
Council President McBride?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yeah, thank you. I did have a couple comments on all the ordinance, Councilman Blakely, that you put forward. Actually, one I think is really a valid one is the arts one. But this one I have some concerns with. Mainly, you started with 18 years and younger. I think it should be 17 years and younger because 18, you are old enough. You are a legal adult. I think that should be 17. And I also have very concerns about the powers that each ordinance grants to the executive, the mayor. I very much concerned about that. So if he's going to grant this type of powers to himself, then maybe he should just move forward and make it executive order. Because I mean, I believe in balancing the three branches of government. You have your judiciary, you have your legislative, and you have the executive. I'm reading this, and everything it says here, he gets to appoint everybody. I mean,
President,
why are we? I mean, I'm just,
this is not a back and forth, Councilman. She's just.
Yeah. So Councilman Blakely, I'm not shooting it down. I'm just saying it says the mayor will appoint the 7 members. He appoints the 7 most, the critical members. The 7 members appointed by the mayor shall be qualified as follows, right? So I don't understand why he has such unilateral powers here. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not targeting Mayor Gussie Orr, but as you said, this ordinance will be here long before, long after I'm gone and so forth and so forth. But, I don't understand why any legislative body would want to grant that. And I don't understand why the executive would want that. Considering the form of government that the city of Trenton is. We are we're a strong mayor, council form of government under the Faulkner Act. The mayor has the same type of powers that the governor and the president. He has a veto power, but the council, we're the checks and balances, and we get to overturn the veto with supermajority. So those things exist because you don't want one superseding the other. And I read each one of these ordinances, and I was looking to support them, but I can't support them when the mayor gives himself all these powers to appoint everybody on the board.
President McBride, can I answer that, please?
That's all. And
to answer her issue, it's just that there's an advice and consent of the council.
And so he has already. I just want to finish. I'm going to be quick, Jarrell. So he has already used executive order to create a couple of offices in the city of Trenton. He just created the offices of citizen return by executive order. He didn't bring that to council. He also LGBT interests as well. And there's some other ones that we've been trying to get up and running in the city of Trenton that he just totally negates, like the office of Contract Compliance and Affirmative Action, and the Office of Veterans Affairs. I mean, there are so many other offices that he needs to get in place, and he refuses to do that. And here I am, and I see he's given himself unilateral powers to appoint all these people on these key commissions. So I'm happy to support these type of ordinances, and we know that Trenton needs to build out committees and commissions. We're nowhere near structured organization-wise or government-wise as in other municipalities, but giving the mayor unilateral power does not align with our form of government of a strong mayor and council. We're supposed to be checks and balances to each other, and here you're giving him unilateral powers, and that's all I have to say. Thank
President
you.
McBride, that's not true. Mr. President, that's not true. It states that 7
Council
members
President.
appointed by the mayor with the advice and
I
consent of
need
the
a point
council.
of order here, Mr. Blakely. The floor is not yield to you. You had your opportunity to speak and you spoke. Councilman Harrison,
Yeah.
do you want to add something?
Yes. Yes, it says, if you read it, it says 7 members appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of the council. So this ordinance was created by Councilman Blakely, but they keep talking about the mayor, but it says with the advice and consent of council.
Thank you.
Please.
Anyone
Thank you.
else? Mr. Collin, could you move to the vote for the first ordinance 20-56, please?
Yes, ma'am. I have an introduction by Councilmember Blakely, a second by Councilmember Harrison. I will now call to set the public hearing date for January 7th. Mr. Blakely.
President McBride, can I please say something before
We're voting.
Mr. Blakely,
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
No.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle. No. Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No. No vote. I'm sorry, no vote.
Councilmember Vaughn changes her vote to no vote. Council President McBride.
No.
The ordinance fails. There will be no public hearing. Next, we have ordinance 20-57, an ordinance creating an arts commission in the city of Trenton. Do I have an introduction? This is for a public hearing on January 7th, 2020.
So move.
Second.
So move.
I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely. Second, Council President Vaughn.
The vote, please.
Can I speak on this one?
I'd like
Go
to-
right ahead. Go right
Okay.
ahead, Council.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear. Every single one of these ordinances has a component. Well, I don't understand what's so funny.
Because
I don't understand what's so
Councilwoman
funny.
Vaughn had the floor, Councilman Blakely, and she had asked for the floor, and she was beginning to talk, and then you just start talking. So
I didn't hear what you had to say.
I just must got to
I
start
didn't hear
laughing because it was like you never heard. Okay, but you're already in the middle of the conversation, so let him go ahead and finish.
So
and
I
then
just want to be.
But Councilman Blakely, can we just talk about this arts one? This is a good one.
Okay, so I want to be very
Before you criticize us
I'm
for
not criticizing you. I'm not criticizing you. Listen, this ordinance ordinance will be taken care of. I'll just work with the mayor. You'll have no input as the previous ordinance outlined that council had advice and consent for all of the appointments. So I think it's very sad that, my colleagues, but thank God you're old and, we'll have.
Oh my God.
Point of order. Please don't count the public. So.
That's a fact. That's a statement of fact.
That's rude.
That's a statement of fact. That's a statement of fact. But
Wait a minute.
I'm
We're
just
not.
glad. So back to the Arts Council.
We're not going to
Out of order.
to that because you know that that's improper.
That's a statement of fact. You are old. But the fact of the matter is,
I want him
this
removed.
Arts Commission, and I want you to retire, but that won't happen. I'm not going to be removed.
If the council
But the point
address
is,
their remarks to the chairman.
Can we speak about the ordinances, please?
No.
yes, I'm happy to
We're
speak
not
about
going to
the
go
ordinance.
out of control. Move to the vote, Mr. Collin.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
I'm not going to tolerate this name calling and this petty bickering. Move to the vote.
Yes, ma'am. This is to set the public hearing for January 7th, 2021. I have an introduction by Mr. Blakely, a second by Councilmember Vaughn. And I'll call the roll. Mr. Blakely. Councilmember Blakely, sir.
He muted himself.
I was muted.
I did
I'm
not.
not going to have the ability. I am not going to have the
Do you
ability to
your
speak.
vote? What is your vote?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Council Vice President, your vote, ma'am?
Is she muted?
I don't actually see her in
I
the
was
room.
trying to unmute myself. I'm abstaining from this one.
Yes, ma'am. We have an abstention from Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson. Mr. Harrison.
Yes.
Mr. Harrison votes yes. Mr. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Michelle votes no. Mr. Rodriguez.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez votes no. Councilmember Vaughn.
Could I speak, Council President?
No, we're going to
You're in
vote.
the middle of a vote, ma'am.
I mean, on
We're going to
ordinance,
vote.
but this is very important. Can I speak, please?
There will
Just-
be a
just for
public,
2
ma'am,
minutes.
there will be a public hearing
Vote
potentially
for
on
you when the
7th.
floor is not guilty you. We're going to vote.
God. We can't get anything done in this city, man.
Your
It's a
vote, ma'am?
disaster. I can't wait to get
We
out of
can't
this
get anything
place.
done. This
Point
is
of order,
It's
if
a
I could get-
disaster. It's a
If I could have the
disgrace.
council members vote.
all right. No vote.
Councilmember Vaughn votes no vote. Council President McBride.
No.
The ordinance fails. There will be no public hearing. Next, we have ordinance 20-58, an ordinance creating a Citizens Public Safety Advisory Commission in the city of Trenton. Do I have an introduction?
Yes, so move.
I have an introduction by Councilmember Blakely. I have a second by Mr. Harrison.
Move to the vote, please.
Yes, ma'am.
President McBride, I'd like to speak on this.
Move to the vote. Because I'm not going to have council members disrespecting each other, making a mockery out of everything that we do. We
Says
have
the
things
person
that
who's
we
anti-Semitic.
tonight, and we're going to move the vote along. Move the vote
Sure.
along,
Yep.
Mr. Holland.
Councilman Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson, your vote, ma'am.
Abstain.
Councilmember Harrison, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle, your vote, sir.
No.
Councilmember Rodriguez, your vote, sir.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn, your vote, ma'am.
No vote for now. No vote.
Council President McBride, your vote, ma'am.
No.
The ordinance fails. There will be no public hearing. Next, we have ordinance 20-59, an ordinance creating a senior citizen advisory council in the city of Trenton. Do I have a motion to introduce?
So move.
So moved.
I have a motion by
Second.
Blakely. I have a second by Mr. Harrison.
Move for the vote.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
skipped one. You skipped the public safety one.
So they just voted. You just voted against it.
No, that was the Arts Commission.
That was 20-58, ma'am. We just voted
Oh,
on
okay.
20-58. This is 20-59. Once again, an ordinance creating a senior citizen advisory council. I have an introduction by Councilmember Blakely. I have a second by Mr. Harrison. I'll now move to the vote for introduction to set the public hearing date for January 7th, 2021. Mr. Blakely, your vote, sir.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caldwell-Wilson.
Abstain.
Councilmember Harrison.
Yes.
Councilmember Michelle.
No.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Vaughn.
No vote.
Council President McBride.
No.
The ordinance fails. There will be no public hearing. That does it for the ordinances. Next, we can move to public comment if you'd like to, ma'am.
Yes, please do.
Do any members wish to be recognized? When you are recognized, please state your name and address for the record. And please wait to be acknowledged by the council president. And I will go down the list. And I have Caitlin Fair who wishes to be recognized, ma'am.
Yes, go right ahead, Mrs. Fair.
Ms. Fair, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Council President. I'm sitting here with my household listening to this meeting and listening to council members vote no on all of these commissions and councils that would allow residents to participate in a more meaningful way in city government and in having their voices heard and considered in meaningful ways. And I'm just baffled by the fact that individuals would not see this as something worthwhile. We look at cities like Newark and other places that are getting these giant grants for things, and it's due in large part because they have a great deal of buy-in from their residents and citizens who are influencing the kinds of projects and bringing grant opportunities to the city through these different commissions and councils. And for a council that historically has been very adamant about wanting residents to be represented and have their voices heard, it just astonishes me that members of the council would be in support of things of this nature. And I'm not sure if it's because of the mayor specifically. It was brought up that in these ordinances, there is a section that says that it's with the consent of council. So I'm confused about, regarding giving the mayor this inordinate amount of power do these things unilaterally, because that just doesn't seem to be true. And even so, I just don't understand why we wouldn't want to put these things in place, or at least be willing to have a conversation about how they should look so that we can put them in place in a meaningful way. So I'm just confused by that. And I just had to voice my disappointment in that particular matter. And that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Carlin.
We have Mr. Amin Arias, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Hi, Madam Council President and City Council member. I'm the Vice President Latino Merchant.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay. Regarding the Resolution 2054, we send the email and letter to all the council member and the administration because we want to receive the letter for the state where they say this mandatory. That's one. And the second thing is, there's a lot of stuff I have to say. For something else is, we've been working with administration, for this administration, the past administration for 10 years, trying to work with to provide the safety, the city safety, the resident and the business and everybody else. So every time we call the police, saying we see people selling drugs or do anything illegal or drink in public, and we report it to the police and they come over, they say they cannot do anything about it because they cannot charge nobody with the video. For they can charge the business every time they say they do something legal, like sample. And somebody come out in the business and they open a bottle, and we say you cannot open a bottle for it's a grown up, you don't gonna be able to fight with them to let them know you cannot open. When the police arrive and got the people or they got the video, they charge the business and they give a fine, suspension. So the thing is like all the liquor store and bars and restaurants, they have videos, they got camera, 100% they have camera. Because I don't know, the ABC, they got regulation inside the store. You have to have camera. And we know we have it all citywide. They have it. So it's not a big issue. The thing is, we need help to stop the crime. And we offer to this administration, we offer to the past two administration, and not to be done. There's any way we can work together to move the city forward. That's my goal, and this should be everybody's goal. If we care about the city, we should move together and try and see how we can comply. Like we take I don't know if you remember, before the COVID, we went to city council and say we cannot meet with the director. And to today, we have issues, and we reported the crime going to be up, and we let him know, the administration, we let him know everybody who was in charge that time, and not to be done. We reported going to be over 40 people die in the city, and we need to do something about it. And we're talking about probably 9 months ago, maybe more. And I don't see how hard it is if somebody want to work with the city to have a better city. I mean, I don't see what's the problem. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Mr. Collins?
Yes, next we have Lydia Thornton, ma'am.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, good evening. Lydia Thornton, 1219 West State Street, Trenton. And thank you for hearing me. My comment is about yesterday's auction, because I am really, really concerned, and I've expressed this, to at least one council member, that we had all these locations auctioned off, and my questions are as follows. First off, most of them are coded with a 5-year residency requirement once purchased by the owner. A lot of these places are not habitable right now and are going to take an inordinate amount of time to become habitable. And so I'm wondering, first off, when the 5 years starts, once it's actually habitable or during the restoration, whatever. Question 2 is, can these locations, if they're determined by the new owner to not be restorable, can they just be torn down? And all of a sudden now we have a vacant lot. Question 3 is, we had a number of locations that went for hundreds of times what the opening bid was. Crazy amounts of money. Opening bid $10,000, final bid $225,000 is one that I can cite off the top of my head because it's 2 blocks from my house. That house hasn't been lived in at least 15 to 20 years and basically is probably not habitable at all. I'm curious how it was determined that these were auctioned the way they were. Some vanished off the auction list and then all of a sudden came back with different auction prices. And lastly, my real question that I'd love for somebody to address at some point is, our inspections department currently cannot keep up with basic inspections and fines and all that type of stuff around the city. How are they going to enforce this 5-year residency requirement? And what are the penalties going to be if a new owner doesn't abide by it? If it's like the vacant property one where it's $1,000 a year, then that's not any kind of dissuasion for somebody just buying these and holding them. So thank you for hearing me. I hope and pray that the next auction is more fair, for lack of a better word, to actual city residents who would love to buy property here, but are being outbid by outsiders. Thanks so much for hearing me. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, next we have Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon and Council President McBride. I'm just going to run down this very quickly. I'm sad. I mean, it's no fault to anybody that we had to have this double meeting, but and I understand that we had presentations in the beginning, blah, 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 but I wanted to comment before you all voted on some of this stuff like we do on Tuesday during the conference, but I will go on. In regards to 2054, I think it was appropriate to table it, and as it was read by Councilman Harris. But I don't know if we all actually took in account, since the federal government supply state police and local police, but you know, we're paying all this money out for police officers, and we're trying to put expenses on the businesses that really can't afford, because as we state every city council meeting that the income level is very low, and probably the only people who are really getting paid are the 400 people who don't live in the city. But nor here or there. My thing is, if we're going to spend this money, why don't we do drones? Because from my understanding, by interview with Director Cody, that they're having issues with officers, and I being on their post, and a situation happens, is there's no police a police patrol or whatever in sight. So, I mean, I think it'd be a lot cheaper that you can have drones with cameras on it that goes through the neighborhoods and be able to record what is happening. I think that would be much more feasible than all this money we're paying out in payroll. But I'm going to get to a few things on the resolution real quick. I don't know if you all really took a look at some of this stuff, but on the Henry Austin, the 2710, you know, the dates on there are on a lot of these resolutions for contracts, they overlap. And one of them for the 259,000, it says an extension, but the extension overlaps into the current active period. So it seems like it's a duplication of payout. In regards to 27.7, in regards to, I thought we had grants. I did hear through the newspaper, but if it's actually happening in regards to we having COVID sites for people to get tested and whatnot, I'm not really sure if that was even implemented, but I thought we have funds and all this about contracting and testing and stuff like that. I thought we already passed had a proposal passed a while back by a brother who lives in Trenton, who's a scientist. In regards to 2055 for $15 million, I supplement debt statement. I hope all these bonds and all this funding from Trenton Waterworks, there is a supplement debt statement that you are looking at that they're able to pay back all these expenses or cover these expenses into the future, because I don't hear that, even though it does state it in the resolution that the supplement debt statement was forwarded to the clerk and to DCA or whoever, but I don't hear that you all really know that that is a statement that's really important to see if the tax base can cover these expenses and the rent and all that, the revenue that comes in from the Trenton Waterworks, where we cover a lot of these expenses. Because a lot of these resolutions and bills that was put forward under Trenton Waterworks is excessive. Again, excessive. So, and another thing, these bills that you all are approving that are emergency, like this $1 million, $100 million for emergency purposes, why can't we just vote on this? When there's an emergency or money that needs to be, emergency appropriations need to be paid out, why can't we just pay them out when they happen? Why do we have to give a blank check and then we're trying to figure out how this money is spent? Now, I haven't heard yet what happened to Trenton Waterworks audit. Last time I heard, that's still on the table, and the council was not invited to have input, even though it was initiated from council. So I haven't heard nothing about Trenton Waterworks audit. So I don't understand why that hasn't been covered, because every time we have a council meeting, I would think the interim director or director should be speaking on this audit, or the administrator, Mr. Cruz, but I don't hear anything about it. In regards to dates, if you would look at, I apologize, because you'll see overlapping. There's one over, let me see. Okay, for instance, here with the resolution 2703, it states amendment resolution for 2197 with Millennium Strategies. And it says here, the resolution was reported on May 7, 2020, and then to May 6, 2021. Now, they're stating that it was awarded for $6,000, but yet you're saying May 7, 2020 to June 30, 2020, you gonna pay these people $20,000 in 1 month. And then here at the, if you look in the paragraph, the third paragraph, it says, whereas it is in best interest of the city of Trenton to amend resolution number 2197 to include FY21 fiscal year 21 funding source in amount not to exceed $50,000, but the date is from July 2020, okay, to February 28, 2021. Okay, but you're still in the contract period right now to pay them the $40,000, May 6, 2021. I mean, the dates overlap here. I don't get that. What else I have here? What were the grant written for? Okay, and what did you pay? What did you pay them for a whole month for $20,000 for work? That's what I'm trying to wonder. I'm gonna wrap it up. And then here on resolution 2710, being reviewed and overlap with dates. again, Resolution 2710, it says, first paragraph for Henry Austin, it says October 18th, 2019 to October 17th, 2021. Okay. It was awarded February 6th, 2020. It was awarded on that contract. And then you come down and it says you want to extend it from October 18th, 2020 to October 17th, 2021. But you're still overlapping. You're extending it in the current year that is active. So how does that money play into that? How do you subtract already the contract, the amount that you're awarding them? So it just seems like an overlapping date, unless this is a modification. I don't know. But it doesn't seem correct. And Resolution 27.1, I think you have it here. I think we had, it was Resolution 2585 for $373,000. What happened to that grant money? I don't get it. What happened to that money? And then on Resolution
30 seconds, ma'am.
I'm going to wrap it up. On 2713, hiring some plumbers. And why are we paying for the plumbers, city paying for the plumbers, when this is for, this is a building, is this for Esther Street, 59 West Front Street? Because from my understanding, let me see, this is the plumbers for, well, anyway, we got plumbers. And there's another thing with, for housing for COVID-19 people, for Esther Street, that's not a city-owned property. And then for the senior centers, they were already rehabbed 2 or 3 years ago. So why are we paying out this money and the centers are operated and run by Mercer County? Why is Mercer County sharing in the cost for this for this bill? So it just doesn't make. I don't know if you all are like really looking at this stuff, but it's not. I don't think you're really evaluating this stuff up closely, because we're paying out a lot of money and I don't see any. I don't see what we're getting back for the city. And we're talking about passing these ordinances for these commissions and stuff like that. But even this stuff that we're spending money on repairing this and this and that, it's not coming in back for this. It's not a benefit to residents. And thank you for voting it down. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Dan Fatton, Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Evening, Council. Well, I can't help but respond to that because I manage more than $3 million in grants and contracts every year. And it's really customary to extend contract dates. And often if grant funds are expended before the end of a grant period, the dates will change. This is not abnormal. It's actually quite ordinary when you're dealing with grant-funded projects. But I wanted to speak to the ordinances that Council voted down tonight. And, you know, I've often asked that Council members do better, work more collaboratively, and I'm going to actually, I don't know if it's admonish or implore my friend, Councilman Blakely, I think was out of line tonight. And I'm disappointed because I actually think that regardless of him being insulting to other council members, I worry that we are kind of making decisions out of spite, and we're cutting off our nose to spite our face. Some of those opportunities for citizens to get engaged in our community and to help the city become even better, I think the concepts are good. And, you know, I agree the mayor shouldn't appoint all the people, but as someone who serves on several boards, you know, how about a friendly amendment that you split the appointments and have council appoint 3 or 4 people and the mayor appoint 3 or 4 people? There's solutions here if you guys could work together. And so I would say, please, again, can we just try to get some things done that would help the residents here? And I think that all 4 of those likely have really good merits. And if you have concerns about the specifics about how the appointments are going to be made, make a friendly amendment and improve the ordinance for everyone's benefit. So I would just say, you know, again, it's disappointing to be on this meeting and listen to the sort of bickering and back and forth. And, Councilman Blakely, I'm a supporter of his, and I consider him a friend, but I agree, he was out of line. Despite that, I really wish that you had considered those ordinances, because I actually think that there's real value in that type of entity and that those opportunities for citizens to get engaged here. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Collins.
We have Sonia McCray Richards, ma'am.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, I will echo Mr. Fatton's sentiment regarding the ordinances. I'm very disappointed, but not surprised. He said it perfectly. But what I will like is the resolution, the residency resolution. Council, since its being, has hounded the mayor, personnel, and this administration. That possibly the mayor or someone has hired that they don't believe live in the city. And then you have the audacity. And I also think that this was also in one count in the lawsuit that is one of these lawsuits that is going on. Mass audacity to render a waiver after coming after the mayor and this administration for your whole time here regarding residency, will now grant, because you're a guy, a waiver residency. I also ask you to be guided and to also go Judge Jacobson's order regarding a waiver for residency. When former Mayor Doug Thomas to issue a waiver for residency for former Director Santiago, go and read Judge Jacobson's opinion. It's not so. So with that being said, I would urge the mayor, I would urge the employees of the city of Trenton, and I would urge all of these unions to get together and file an order to show cause, because you are, again, overstepping your bounds to do what it is that you want to do rather than following the guidelines that pertain to everyone else. Only you break them when they benefit you, and you go after them tooth and nail when you want to go after someone. So you guys really, really go and get Judge Dixon's opinion, because it will definitely help you. Because trust me, an order to show cause will be coming down the pipe for this here residence.
Is that on behalf of the legal department, ma'am? Because you're a legal department employee. Just checking.
Am I? Excuse me. Again.
Not on behalf of the legal department. I'm just clarifying for the city.
I am speaking. I am speaking. I am speaking. I am speaking.
We will not have a back and forth. Excuse me, this is Council Vice President. Mr. Conlon, please.
Exactly. You don't question anyone else's status. I am a resident of the city of Trenton, a taxpaying resident for my entire 55 years of life. That's who I am.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, continue.
Marge, I'm here.
Oh, I didn't see you on the phone. Sorry.
This council is full of shit, and Colin, you need to get the fuck out.
Mary Horn here, may I speak?
If this is the way the public is going to come, I will silence you, because you can't curse anyone out in this meeting. Come on, Mr. Conlon, you've muted yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Mary Horn is seeking recognition, ma'am.
Hello?
Okay. Yes, Ms. Horn, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. I keep mute myself, I imagine, but now I'll lay me down to sleep. Before I go to sleep, I would just like to add 3 things here. Firstly, I would like to say welcome to the interim superintendent of schools. I heard some of his visions, and I appreciate his concerns for the health, safety, and welfare of our children. That's a must. That's first. And secondly, I would like to say, there's a lot of work that has to be done, and I would certainly hope that the Trentonians would get the lion's share of trying to get some work done with the school system. I would hope they would be afforded the opportunity to do so. They certainly need it, and I'm sure they would have mostly a concern in getting the work done. Having said that, and then secondly, I would like to speak to the lead line replacement. In our area, there are several residents that have been in phase 1 of the lead line replacement, and now in phase 3, there's money being asked to be allocated for phase 3, and phase 1 hasn't been addressed yet. I think it's unfair. I'm a taxpayer. We've been waiting. We have been told, we have been scheduled, and we have been taken off the schedule. So to go from phase 1 and not do the residents that were told that they would be done and go to phase 3 and still ask for more monies to be allocated for phase 3, it's unfair to the taxpayers. We're taxpayers, we're concerned, and I think we should, before council should take that into consideration when they vote on this on the 22nd, because phase 1 should be done and completed before there's money allocated for phase 3. I don't get that part. I have addressed it, and we're still here. We were told next year, but you can't go forth until you do phase 1 to get to phase 3. So we're being left out. So we should have our lead lines replaced like we were promised. And as we said, we were given a schedule, and we have been taken off the schedule. And yet again, here we go in phase 3 from phase 1 and asking for money to be allocated for phase 3. So we would hope that council would consider that when you have to vote on that come the 22nd. Number 3, I'm about to lose my thought here with number 3. I have an issue with holding duality, holding 2 positions. I have a problem with the business administrator holding 2 positions there. To me, personally, this is coming from me, it's a conflict of interest. You know, holding one position is enough in this city because we got a lot we have to consider. And for one person to oversee and have to allocate monies and hold another position where they have to distribute the money, I don't see that. So that's something that should be looked into. That's coming from me. And so lastly, I want to talk about, but I lost my thought on this one, which was very important with that. 1, 2, 3. I guess I'll leave it right there as far as the comments on the lead line replacement and the business administrator in his 2 positions. And like, as I said, I would hope that the Trentonians get the lion's shares when it comes to the working with the Board of Education. And I thank the interim superintendent for his concern for the health, wealth, and welfare and safety of our children here. Education is first. So I thank you for listening to me tonight. I thank council. Everyone have a happy holiday, I hope, and God bless you all. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Conlon.
I don't see anybody else recognized. Does anybody else wish to be recognized by the Trenton City Council for public portion? Council Vice President, would you like to entertain a motion?
A motion to close public comment. So moved.
We should move to, according to the agenda, into civic comments.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I have some major concerns, and I agree and concur with some of the comments that were made by some of the residents, Ms. Fair, Mr. Fatton, and also Sherry as well. I had also had a conversation briefly with Council President about it, and it speaks to why I no vote on the docket. I have been told that we're not following the complete legislative process. The council is a legislative body. We have certain powers, and the mayor has certain powers, and we all know basically those checks and balances. The mayor is no more powerful than the council. We are supposed to work in concert, sort of, with one another, and providing checks and balances to ensure that one entity is not more powerful than the other. So we have a process that all resolutions and ordinance must go through, just like a bill on Capitol Hill. That used to be a Schoolhouse Rock, but a bill on Capitol Hill or a bill in the state legislature, before a piece of legislation gets to the public and before it gets to this council for vote, it's supposed to go through a process that's vetted in concert with certain individuals at the table. That's someone from the mayor's office, some from the council president and or the vice president or anybody who they designate, as well as the business administrator and the law department. And yes, there are three branches of government, right? The judiciary, the law, the executive, the mayor or the governor or the president or the county exec. So a week or so before this docket gets to the public, it's supposed to be reviewed by these entities. And I find out that process is egregiously broken. I find out that docket meetings are being canceled. The resolutions and ordinances aren't being reviewed before they get sent out to the public and to the other council members. And that is I just want to be fully transparent and fully disclose what's broken here in Trenton. If we want to turn the corner and ensure that the city of Trenton has good governance, then we need to clean up our government. And our government starts with the mayor, the mayoral administration, and the council. And I'm hearing on this call even tonight that there are a lot of residents who have concerns about the process as well, and they can see and hear that the process is broken. I'm hearing the residents of Trenton saying, council, it doesn't seem like you understand what's on this docket. It doesn't seem like you even know what's going on. And you can even, and some folks have said that about the director. They come to the podium and says, oh, we got to get back to you. And the reason that is because the docket meeting that they are supposed to have, that's outlined in our city code as part of the law, as part of our charter, our city charter, and it says, on Tuesday preceding each council meeting, the council president or the vice president or the council president's designee, if neither shall be available, shall make a review of the docket with the business administrator, the city clerk, and the law director, and a representative designated by the mayor. The council, well, that's another piece of it. Of course, the council president may remove any item from the council agenda during the docket review for further study or information, provided that the removal of any item from the docket must be listed on the next regular scheduled meeting. So that's a critical process. That's part of the legislative process. That meeting must occur. You don't get to cancel it. You don't get to not show up. So the working assumption is when the conference session, the public session happens on Tuesday, everybody assumes that process took place That process is not optional. And anybody who thinks it is and think that they took unilateral liberties to make it optional is acting unlawfully and is in violation. Every legislative body, from the board of chosen the county commissioners, the state legislature has the same process. But they vet their bills and legislation through committees. But that docket meeting is almost equivalent to that committee. You can't get a bill on the floor of the state legislature to vote for review unless it has gone through committees. It has been vetted. But yet we get a docket on Tuesday and Thursday for this council to vote on, and the public didn't even get to comment on these items this week, right? On Tuesday, that meeting was canceled, and then we come here on Thursday without public comment. You didn't get a chance to even speak on the legislation that we passed here tonight, and you were supposed to, by law. We didn't grant you that. See, we think that we can skip these legislative processes, but we're going down a slippery slope, Trentonians. Hold your mayor, hold your council members accountable. If you want to target certain individuals, you go right ahead, but you're missing holistically how to make your government effective and how to hold them accountable. You didn't get a chance to speak on any of the legislation that was passed tonight because we, this council, didn't grant you that opportunity. And the docket review meeting wasn't held last Tuesday. As the law states here, it was supposed to be on Tuesday preceding every council meeting with those entities that I mentioned, mayor, his designee, the council president, vice president. And if the council president and or the vice president can't make it, they are supposed to pick a designee too. So there's no reason to ever for that meeting not to happen because everybody can choose a designee. So I would say to the residents, you gotta raise your expectations. Really understand how your government operates and know who to hold accountable. So no one in the city, the mayor or the council, should have unilateral authority in any place. As far as those ordinances, Ms. Fair mentioned that, the mayor, he can appoint, he can have full authority of appointment. Well, I know for a fact that in other cities and municipalities, their council, along with the mayor, appoints the boards and committees. Not one has unilateral powers, or like Mr. Fatton suggested, maybe you split some of the seats. But in no case should you accept unilateral powers from the council and or the mayor. So I think going forward, this council has a lot of work to do, but I, for one, as an elected official, I cannot sit here and vote on legislation that will impact the well-being and lives of Trentonians in my city when it has not been properly vetted. It has not been properly reviewed by the entities that the law says that should be reviewing it. And I would just suggest that if the folks don't want to review and they don't want to go through the docket, then they shouldn't be on the council. And I will not vote on something that I don't believe was properly vetted and went through the legislative process as the law describes. So, and that's all I have to say this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
I have no comment.
Councilman Yushao.
No comment. Thank you.
Councilman Harrison.
First, I would like to thank a couple of people. We're a couple different places. Calgary Missionary Baptist Church, New Hope Church of God, Mayor Goussior, Mayor Palmer. Wilbur Section, Troy Vincent, who donated 1,000 turkeys, Project Hope. These are people that were helping during COVID. They were giving out food. The different churches were giving out food. So it's greatly appreciated. Also, I have a problem, kind of like Mr. Blakely had said tonight. We were on the assumption that the clerk was going to be residing in the city after 90 days. Now we're granting a waiver, which I don't think is legal, but I think that's going to be, we're going to have to investigate that because I don't think it's legal. But like I said, at the end of time, we should have had a 90-day review, which is another stipulation that was in there. These are things that the council president wanted. And the council president and vice president said that they were taking Mr. Conlon around to find a location in the city, but now we want to give waivers. So it is kind of hypocritical how we all the time we turn around, we blame the mayor, we blame everybody else, but at the end of the day, we can't move the city forward because we keep doing this. At the end of the day, the directors go to the DCA, the mayor gets waivers from the DCA. The clerk had stated he was going to be here within 90 days. So why would there need to be a waiver? So you have to ask yourself, what is going on here? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And I too personally, I'm concerned about what is going on with Mr. Conlon. I mean, the behavior that I've seen, I'm a little, I don't know. I've had interactions where I don't understand why somebody's yelling and screaming at me about something I didn't know nothing about. Now I'm concerned about what in the world are you talking about? So overall, I think we should have had a review because I'm concerned about this behavior. I don't think it's right to run up to people and accuse them of something when the person doesn't have a clue what in the world you were talking about. So at the end of the day, this council is doing one thing. They're showing how hypocritical they are. You're talking about moving the city forward. You're not worried about moving the city forward. You're worried about your own agenda. Some of the people on this council, in their mind, believe they're going to be the next mayor. Is this how we're going to be the next mayor? Sabotaging the city? Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
I have no comments at this time.
Okay, Councilman Blakely.
Thank you very much. I have a few things I'd like to say this evening. It's clear that my colleagues are not big fans of Jarrell Blakely. And it seems that they hate Jarrell Blakely more than they care about their constituents. At the end of the day, I want to talk about a couple items that were talked about this evening. Number one, Councilwoman Vaughn mentioned that the mayor had unilateral appointing authority for these commissions. That is a lie. Let me say that again. That is a lie. It is not true. Every single board had the ability, had to be confirmed by city council. Unilateral means by yourself. Una means one. To state that the mayor has unilateral authority to make appointments on these boards and not read that each of these members had to be appointed with the advice and consent of all of city council is just, I just don't understand it. It's bizarre because either you're making this up or I don't get it. It's just so bizarre. And I just want to say this. You all think you're hurting me. You're hurting the citizens of Trenton. You don't hurt Councilman Blakely when you reject even discussing having a Citizens Police Safety Advisory Commission to talk about de-escalation matters with the police and have the community serve as an advisory panel to the police department. You don't hurt Councilman Blakely when you reject that. You hurt the people of this city who want to have a safe city and want to enhance police community relations. You don't hurt Councilman Blakely when you reject a senior citizen advisory council, when senior citizens, who you hurt is senior citizens who want to have an opportunity to have input into how their government functions. You don't hurt Councilman Blakely when you reject a youth advisory commission to give young people an opportunity to lead this city and advise the people who run this city. You hurt the young people who are interested in participating in government. This is actually the second time that this council has rejected a youth advisory commission. And so it's very clear that you guys don't want to hear what young people have to say in an organized, formal manner. And then finally, it's very clear you don't hurt Councilman Blakely when you reject an arts commission in the city of Trenton. The arts is a very important part of this city. And I think it is particularly cowardly that Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson rejected this particular arts commission because she has fancied herself a fan of the arts, but it seems that she's more concerned about cats and dogs and other animals than about the arts in this community when given an opportunity to allow the arts community to have a seat at the table to discuss policy in this city. So at the end of the day, you don't hurt me, but I'll tell you what you do. You embolden me because you know what? I keep saying that you're old, and I'm not just referring to your age. I'm referring to your ideas. I'm referring to your pettiness. This city can't last under your leadership or your lack of leadership. This council has been an embarrassment, international. We've had all kind of debacles over the last 2 years. And excuse me if I'm frustrated when I see my colleagues stand silent about anti-Semitism, when I see my colleagues stand by when colleagues have talked about homophobia. It is just so embarrassing to be a part of this city council. I'm ashamed to be a part of this body, but you know what? I'm not going to give up. 2 years is going to be here before you know it, and I'm going to be here. Because at the end of the day, I don't need this. I'm doing this because I want the city that I love to be better. I don't have to live in Trenton. I make enough money, I can live where I want. But I am here because I want the city of Trenton to be a better place. And your rejections are temporary. I am looking at the long haul, and I am very, very pleased that many of you will not be running for re-election. And if you do run for re-election, I remember being in a room with Marge Caldwell Wilson begging me to stay out of the North Ward runoff race. I can guarantee you in 2022, I'm going to do everything in my power to permanently retire you. And George, you should be ashamed of yourself. You've never even introduced an ordinance as a city council member. Never introduced the ordinance. You've been on council for 12 years, and you have never introduced the ordinance, but you want to vote no on ordinances that are sensible and make sense that I introduce? I could have the cure for cancer, and you would say no. But you know what? Hope springs eternal. It is darkest before the dawn, and I am happy that I am a young man that has a long, long career to help undo the devastation that you all have wrought in this city over your times in office. And you know what? As I mentioned, there were probably, if I felt that I had a very productive time on this city council, I would probably not run for re-election. But I can tell you, I'm looking so much forward because it is clear that this council cannot move this city forward. And I am looking forward to being part of a council in 2022 that brings honor to this city, that doesn't engage in pettiness, that puts the people of Trenton first. And it's just outrageous. You guys hate me more than you love Trenton. And regarding Mr. Conlon, just wait and see. You guys have to learn the hard way every single time. Every single time when you guys are given an easy, prudent decision, you guys take the wrong, long way. All I asked was to have Mr. Conlon have an evaluation. And I'm telling you, it is my opinion that Mr. Conlon does not have the temperament nor the relationship skills to be an effective clerk. And I do not trust him. And his actions has proven himself to be unworthy of being city clerk. And my colleagues don't even want to talk about his performance. He has literally sued. He has literally filed a police complaint against a reporter for asking a question. He has engaged in wild conspiracy theories, threatened people that they're being investigated by the FBI. And you all think that that's not even enough to have a conversation about? Shame on you, shame on you, shame on you. As I mentioned, and Council President McBride, the fact that you did not even allow discussion on those 4 ordinances to actually discuss them, to talk about the details, is particularly shameful. You all are always looking for a reason to say no.
30
I
seconds,
remember,
sir.
shame, 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 shame. If you guys had any shame, you would resign. And I can't wait until 2022, because if you run for re-election, you're going to lose. And if you retire, you'll be forgotten. Thank you very much.
I would like to take this time to thank each and every person that came to this meeting this evening. My phone is going dead. I would like to thank you all for coming to the meeting this evening. And I would like to let you know that your opinion matters. It's important for you to come out and voice your concerns. Thank you all. The city of Trenton is facing, we're in the middle of a crisis, as everyone is across the world. The pandemic is real. We need to be focusing our energy on what is going on in our cities with our residents, and the fact that the pandemic have a serious uptick here. We need to make sure that our seniors get the mask that they need, and we definitely need to partner with the school to make sure that the social service piece is there, because the children are experiencing a lot of difficulties with the virtual learning. So I hope that we could work with the interim superintendent, and I would like to let the public know that I had received a call today from Mr. Bridges. He will be our new acting law director, as I'm quite sure the mayor has already put that out to the press. But I would just like the public to know that he did call me and tell me that he will be the acting law director, Mr. West Bridges, for now. And so we will have an attorney here on the dais with us as acting in the acting capacity. And again, I would like to offer my condolences to all of the victims of violence, all of the stabbing victims, the shooting victims, because on top of the pandemic, the gun violence is raging through our 5 square miles like I've never witnessed before. I'm a lifelong Trentonian, and I can remember in 2005 when we had the 29 hours of death, and I remember in 2013 with the 37 murders. And I'm telling you, this is unprecedented, and a lot of people are suffering. They're losing their loved ones. They can't go into the hospitals. The hospitals have shut down again. And so they're not able to go in when their loved ones are being have a positive test result for COVID. And so those families are suffering. And I know it all too well because I know people that have lost their loved ones. And so my heart goes out to our community. We need to make sure that the people that we're around are doing the social distancing thing. And we also need to make sure that we talk to the administration to make sure that our seniors and our residents have the mask that they need. And we just need to keep up a good fight against this pandemic, because I do believe this too shall pass. In the meantime, for all the directors that have had to come out of your home and separate yourselves from your children and deal with this pandemic, dealing with the public, I thank you all. And I thank all of my colleagues. I thank you for coming out. I know you go out into the public, and I know you deal with people, and I know that you put your life at risk too. So I thank all of the frontline workers. I thank the directors, and I thank all of my colleagues. And I hope that we will begin to move this city forward. And I hope that if Wes Bridges is coming on, that we will be able to work with him and at least begin a healing process, because that's what we need. We need the city to begin to heal on all fronts. And all I can say is, may God be with us. If you believe in God, may he be with us, and may he keep us in all our ways. And may we do the best that we could do by our residents. And I would like to thank you and have a good night and a blessed weekend. If anybody wants to come up to Samaritan Baptist Church tomorrow, we'll be giving out 1,400 boxes of food to the community. We welcome anyone that would like to come up and assist with this process, because it's the boxes are 31 pounds, and we can only use young men that can put those boxes into the trucks for the seniors and to the parents. We have the paraprofessionals that send the boxes over to some of the schools, and so we do need physical young men in physical shape to help put those boxes on the truck. Thank you again, and have a blessed evening and a good weekend. And Mr. Collin, anyone can motion for to adjourn this meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
A motion to adjourn by Vice President Wilson. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a second by Council President McBride. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So ordered. We are adjourned at 9:39 p.m. Everybody have a blessed evening.
Thank you.
Okay.